Argyle has saved my skin more times than I care to remember. I hardly know how I got by before I met him.
With all due respect, boss, you didn't. If you remember, it was me who got you out of that little situation in...
Ah, now, Argyle, old chum, let's not, bore the beautiful Miss Chase with those ancient exploits.
Oh, I don't know, dearing.
Argyle
For
has
example,
saved my skin
that
more
name
times
of
than I
yours,
care to
I happen
remember.
to like.
Argyle has saved my skin more times than I care to remember.
Boss, that sounds like a kid screaming, and it's coming from those ruins.
Quite right, old chum. Save those questions, Miss Chase. If we survive what happens next, I may even answer them. Be sure and tune in next time for another exciting adventure of me, Herbert Daring Dashwood, and my stalwart, cool manservant Argyle.
Wake up, wasteland! It's me, Rudolph, bringing you all the music and news your little heart can handle. Everyone ready for the Capital Wasteland's latest news? Me neither. That's very nice man named James who left his son behind in a vault when he took off. What kind of dad leaves his kids in an underground bunker? Just don't know. It's the $3 he said, and you shouldn't either. But none of that matters now. Father and son were spotted walking and talking together out there in the waste. Here's hoping they can hold on to each other this time. Thanks for listening, children. This is Three Dog Ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News Radio. We're Radio Free Wasteland, and we're here with you. Now, some music. Here's Tex Beneke with A Wonderful Guy.
No more a smart little girl with no heart. I have found me a wonderful guy. I am in a conventional girl with a conventional star in my eye. And you will know there's a lump in my throat when I think of that wonderful guy. I'm as bright and as gay as the daisy in May, the day coming through. I'm romantic and bright as a moon, happy night, pouring light on the sea. I'm as corny as canvas in August, high as a flag on the 4th of July. If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Wonderful guy. No more a smart little girl with no heart. I have found me a wonderful guy. I'm as bright and as gay as the daisy in May, the shade coming through. I'm romantic and bright as a moon, happy night, pouring light on the dew. I'm as corny as canvas in August, high as a flag on the 4th of July. If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with a wonderful guy.
DNR, Three Dogs, all you need to know. Here's the latest news. Unemployment is down, stocks are up, and the UN has just declared global peace forever. Now the real news. According to reports from the ever so hoity displaced ghouls have been trying to gain entrance. But Lush at Large, Alistair Tenpenny says, no zombies, no how. Come on, Al, cut the ghoulies a break. If they've got
got the caps and you've got the space, it's a win-win, right? What do you say? Until next time, this is Three Dog, ow! And you're listening to Galaxy News Radio, bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts. Now listen close for this important public service announcement. Just a friendly reminder to all you would-be bigots out there, ghouls are people too. You see, children, ghouls are simply humans who've been exposed to an ungodly amount of radiation and haven't had the good fortune to die. Sure, they may look like hideous zombies from an old monster flick, but their hearts, their souls, their tears are all very much human. So please, if you meet one of the Capital Wasteland's mini ghouls, leave your prejudice at the door and your pistol in its holster. Ah yes, one important caveat, kiddies. Those feral ghouls that prefer the dark, dank underground, they are basically mindless zombies, so kill as many as you damn well please. And now, some music.
And more gibberish. Welcome back to Low Energy Videos. I do apologize for that audio faux to the paw. I do apologize. We are playing New Vegas while drunk. This is the first time we've ever done this, ever. Period. And I, for one, think that our robotic overlords would be pleased. If you want to make them happier, be sure to like, share, and subscribe, and hit that bell. Be sure also to check out our Discord and Twitter down and below. And don't forget, we have this Streamlabs goal up here, which has to be changed now. It can be whatever the hell I want. So, let's change it. Let's, There. That'll make everyone unhappy. There. Now everyone will be very unhappy. So we are, of course, playing New Vegas, which would require us to capture New Vegas. Right here. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Boop, boop. Okay, everything's set to go. I, however, must rush to the well-endowed boys' room. I'll be back momentarily. Should've built up before we went dogs. I know, but I was busy. Okay, so today we will be returning to Big Mountain, I do believe. We will be using our incredible skills to there we go. So tonight, or today I should say, food and alcohol will consist of the following: crisps, prawn crackers, chocolate, and booze will consist of the 2 pints I had with lunch. These 2 cans of barefoot wine, sparkling, wine seltzer. They taste like shit. If How to Drink had tried these, he would have gotten sick. But, I mean, they're convenient. A bottle of vodka, a bottle of wine, and half a glass of wine. As you can guess, I probably won't be finishing all this tonight. Which is fine. But it does mean that I may stretch this bad boy out. Like some sort of pliers or other things related to an orifice. The stretchy. Okay. One last thing before we go live. We are going live. Let's see how the chat's doing. There we go. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this like a nudist. As our good friend in our good friends in Evanism once said. Also would help if I turned this up. There we go. Okay. Okay. Great. Fantastic. Whoop-de fucking do. Aren't we all a bunch of great people? Boys and girls. There we go. Shades on. Stream on. Alright. So we're obviously going to side with the think tank because when you get them on the right course, they're not so bad. Let's see what I already did for them. I know I got the stealth suit. A sonic emitter.
Did you retrieve the technologies yet? We need them, as I have indicated.
Indicated. Oh, he says indicated. We'll play more of that New World Radio after, well.
Why, yes. We are filled with the knowledge you speak of. If you wish to know more, simply ask the others. They can help you. I am Dr. Klein, Chief Head Researcher of Logistical Operations and Ideology here at Big Mountain.
Ideology.
Surprised you have not heard of me. I am first in my field. First chair, as it were, back in the days of chairs. Dr. Mobius was not the horrifying creature you saw upon the screen, twisted by science. He was once one of us, a friend. He researched in directions contrary to the think tank. Brains, 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 always about the brains. So we exiled him. He says he left of his own volition, but that was to save him the embarrassment. Now he sends his intelligence-consuming scorpions from the Forbidden Zone to plunder the secrets of Big Mountain. He is a menace.
Robo-scorpions drain intelligence from living creatures? How, Kems?
I'm not certain. Perhaps it only affects machines. If so...
Or you've been lied to.
If it is chems, then we have nothing to fear. Since we are afraid, it must not be chems, and you need not fear, which means you can test it. Logical.
Science! Wait, did I max out my skill? No, I'm at level 45. So where's my skill check? Where's my progression bar? Yeah, I can even see up there. We're not there yet. We're getting there, but we're not there yet.
Did you retrieve the... It's a side effect of the cerebral scrubbing. It won't stop you from excreting or asking questions, apparently. Have to correct that next time. Hormonal aggressive tendencies are actively suppressed, however. They are a no-no and
A netty no-no.
in the think tank. The scrubbing also ensures your silence to keep Big Mountain safe. This facility is top secret, and you cannot speak of it to anyone outside of Big Mountain.
What about the bear? The bear would like it. OSI would love to see what's inside you. What about the Brotherhood? The Brotherhood here would be a very, oh.
We had to take precautions after the last visitors. They caused a great deal of damage in a short time.
What is on your thumbnail? The other you've already dealt
Once
with.
they left, an oversight. Dr. 8 and Dr. O could tell you more. Dr. O more than 8. The battle against the visitors damaged 8's voice module. Suffice to say, those visitors are unwelcome. They stole a great many secrets and much technology. Impertinent. They also broke one of my trains. This is the think tank. The nerve center of Big Mountain. The greatest research center known to man and to us. Here we test and test and test some more in the name of science.
Science.
Atomic power, nuclear power, and scientific power.
The future is now. Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. Dials and modules and gauges. Men in lab coats pointing at pieces of paper and chalkboards and going, yes.
Yes, because the intellectually challenged see an M and a T next to each other and take Occam's razor to it. While you are here, you will refer to this place properly, and you will do the same with the other scientists here.
Forbidden Zone.
That glowing red scar, that laser lobotomy canyon maze carved in the landscape as if by some child. It is Mobius's fortress. From
Erotic.
an hemorrhoidal fissure, he sends his
Very erotic.
amazing robo-scorpions to terrify and irritate us. He always tended to the dramatic. Ask Boros. I believe he knows more about the fence than any brain. Except maybe Mobius. Mobius was involved in their construction, if I recall. But he's such a hack, he probably was reading off Boros' notes and schematics.
No, no, how dare someone follow the instructions?
Well, we didn't actually do it. We tried to clean up after, as always, but usually the auto dock runs on remote. But we programmed it, or Mobius did. Still, this new wrinkle with the Tesla coils in your skull was unexpected. I mean, we predicted we'd have a breakthrough eventually, but Dala knows more. She supervised your spine peel and the heart circumcision, then dumped them both into the tanks in the sink above. Quite sanitary. Sure took her time. She always takes longer than projected with lobotomite surgeries. Not sure why.
She likes to fondle corpses and chunks of meat.
Yes. That it may have gone to Mobius is merely an inkling. I don't know why, but it may be something involving the surgery code. Actually, I don't know. All I know is it misplaced itself, or it floated off. They get into robots sometimes and go on a tear.
Mobius set up an orthodox medical routines. Do you think responsible for post or organ dump? Bear with this.
Yes, always leaves back doors into things. Have to keep finding them and closing them. The auto dock is now erased of his routines. It was thorough. Only Mobius would know for sure what happened with the procedure. Perhaps. Well, and your brain, of course, it would know as well.
There we go. There's the experience bar. My brain would know?
It can communicate the procedure when we examine it. It is conceivable to trace its surgical scalpel prints once we have the brain. Might take some time, but your brain has no pain nerves to scream at us while we dissect it.
Yep.
Convenient. I detest screaming in my lab.
I mean, if our brains had nerve endings, we'd always be in pain because of the electrical currents that keep our brains from being, you know, alive.
Mobius's legacy code was in the old auto dock.
Human bodies are
It
insane.
fried itself after your procedure, so he couldn't tell for sure. It is unfortunate. We would have benefited from knowing how the breakthrough occurred. Even if we installed another chip, the information is lost.
I hear a fly. The amount of wasps coming at me when I was trying to enjoy lunch was insane. Must be about 8 of the damn things. That's a low number up there. They always, every summer, it's a lovely place to go. The lodge is a lovely place to go and get lunch. But the wasps. They might not be as big as other countries' wasps, but I mean, a wasp is a wasp. It's going to sting you. It's going to have a bad time. All you can do is just bat them off. But every once in a while, you hear a bzzz in your ear and you're like, ugh.
Why does he seek our destruction? Why did he build robot scorpions with intelligence training stingers? It is because he hasn't cleaned his biogel in a long time. Clearly he's got some sort of psychological corrosion. He's mad. Dr. O is certain of his findings, and no one else in the think tank is willing to test the results. Loss of brainial power.
Brainial. I should have a little notebook of all these interesting words. I can put them with begin you late.
Because of repeated robo-scorpion stings.
Beep boop!
If it isn't the fascinating little lobotomite.
And if it isn't the woman who would be subscribed to a lot of yaoi forums in the real world.
You are an unusual specimen to so boldly walk into the mighty expanse.
Look at her
of
tiny
the
little
think
mouth.
tank, fearless and proud as a teddy bear.
Sick.
Between the extraction of their higher reasoning abilities and urination-inducing fear, most lobotomites dare not approach us, let alone speak to us.
We still enjoy seeing the
No
urine,
such
though.
fear. Facing me, epidermis flushed with blood, plasma running molten beneath, your face contorting with muscular expression. Will you indulge me? Say a few words. Face towards the monitors, please, so that I might record it for further examination.
You know, she's also big into ASMR. Hello, let me just book you into your hotel there. Quick scribe jumped over the lazy paladin.
Yes, yes, go on. Seeing your lips and mouth forming words, both revolting and somehow... How does it feel to have the flesh roll around in your mouth like that?
Ask Ricky Burrick.
Each muscle and the tongue, like having a fish or extremely dexterous slug lolling and flopping in one's mouthful cavity.
Mouthful. Seems you have more biological needs than your counterparts.
What? Nonsense.
Close your eyelids. Breathe deeply, then stretch languidly. Turn and cough roughly, then slowly scratch nose. Run your hand along the side of your face, then exhale rapidly. First.
What? What are you doing?
Close eyelids, breathe deeply, then stretch languidly. Turn and cough roughly, then scratch nose. Run face.
Stop it. Why? Why are you making me partake in this filthy formography? Enough. I am already intrigued. You have sufficiently percolated me.
Percolated
I don't
like
know
a
what it is
coffee
about the biology of
percolator.
lobotomites. It infects my thoughts. All that skin and muscle and tissue.
Tissue.
Perhaps there is value in what you say. I did so enjoy breathing once, long ago.
And just breathe if you want.
Would you? I feel so ashamed, but yet so intrigued. You'll need to give me a rest in between visits, or else my jaw might run over. If you're ready, let me radar scan you. Slowly. Ooh. Ooh. Purple, purple. Ooh.
No nudity.
Blue.
Implied eroticism is not the same as eroticism, YouTube.
Purple.
Verbal.
Bloop. Bloop.
Bloop.
Bloop. Whew. Last little bit
Bloop.
there.
The brain is the largest sexual organ in the human body.
Thank you, lobotomite. Please, you must come back for further study when I've had a rest. I'm a little sensitive right now.
A real teddy bear.
Whatever for.
You like them referring to them.
No, I like teddy bears.
She likes the dad bod. She likes the burly dad bod. I mean, I don't blame her. We are fucking chads. Strolling around the colossus of this world. With our novelty t-shirts, our cargo shorts, our sandals, or even Crocs. And our grills. What can we say? What can I say? Oh, and we're all drinking IPAs. Every one of us.
Teddy bears come in many sizes. Your size is what intrigues me the most. Some say that teddy bears can't be living, breathing things. They are wrong. They are large biological forms. Breathing, heaving, snarling, coughing. Lobotomites are my teddy bears. Oh, yes. Perhaps you are... Why, my little bear of teddiness. I am Dr. Dalla, first head chief researcher of mineralogy and medicinal sciences. I have 211 doctorates
Drugs.
in applied sciences and techniques to apply those sciences. I also possess a degree in curiosity and advanced curiosity.
Did she go online to get these degrees?
When possible, I prefer fieldwork and observation to holotape eidetics. It has proven useful, especially now. I I have become the expert on humanology and lobotomized
Hello.
behavior here at Big Mountain.
Warble,
My research
boop,
doesn't descend
warble,
into
warble.
formography. It is only science.
Dala would be so easy to please. All you'd have to do is just fucking walk from one end to a room to the other and then sneeze. You know?
Why, we create not only scientific marvels here at Big Mountain.
Yeah, they just create their own scientisms. Scientisms, I think would be a good idea.
Everything can be quantified, categorized, and dissected until every group can be subgrouped or partitioned.
Until it becomes redundant.
What is a name without a title or suffix for the sake of hierarchy? It is a long-standing quantification of personality and importance.
It also makes your dick seem really big.
Surely you must be aware of the gravity of such attached appellations, just as surely as you must have a title.
Sometimes I'm called the hero of the Republic. Speaking of, you ever work with the government before? Because the government wants to work with you.
Oh, a mailman. A delivery man. Someone who takes parcels from place to place using their primitive feet or similar conveyance. You are the second one I've met in recent times.
Oh, she's going to talk about Ulysses.
Of course. You must have met others in your travels.
Mostly dead.
Someone had met other couriers too, although it sounded as if he hadn't met the correct one. He asked us all many questions, and then he asked a most perplexing one. We had to segment the event out of our memories for safety. I do not know, nor should we try to access it. Perhaps Klein has the logs. My evaluation would be to let your own curiosity go. I do not think that Klein remembers the conversation as being satisfactory. Oh, removing it is a simple procedure.
He came
Well, except
and
for
went.
complications it can cause to the heart and spine.
He just nodded. Now he's talking about old world flags.
No trouble at all. Clamp the subject down. One
Clamps.
laser incision around the skull.
Clamps.
Crack. Snip. Done. The brain is finally free of the skin envelope.
Skin envelope.
Then kept automated for cleanup duties around Big Mountain. Lobotomites. With you, however, something is definitely wrong. We've never had a lobotomite who kept speaking after being forcibly lobotomized. I am relieved the pacification field is...
I have a feeling her screams are literally like right up in front of my face. She'd literally be rubbing the glass up against me. I think that's when YouTube would cancel it.
That is a good question.
Don't look at my dick when you ask that.
Coils in your brain pan are still connected to your brain somehow. It really could be anywhere. Brains are a lot smarter than most researchers give them credit for. We still have your spine and heart. If you were to somehow find your brain wherever it slurped off to, you could mechanically reduce yourself again. It is the pacification field emitters that are broadcasting into the emptiness of...
I'm getting this out of the way now, all these doctors, so when I get really shit-faced, I don't get distracted and confused and scared by what they're saying later on.
Why would you want such a thing? You might surrender to your hormones and commit primal aggression on me, on us, again and again. Then I would have to return the favor, activating my vivisectors and gently lobotomizing you from behind.
Why? Why would it have to be behind, though? Why did you immediately go from behind?
The only way to circumvent the field. Dr. Mobius. A monstrous brain creased with wrinkles of 1,000 evils. With but
What is he, the Brood Witch?
the world. Exiled from the think tank for crimes too heinous to remain.
Hurl's Half-Acre.
And perhaps differences in research methodology. His one terrible eye forever peers at us. An eye of ever-increasing magnification. He watches from his dome in the Forbidden Zone.
Dome
spying
in
on
the
us all.
forbidden zone. Stand old tech wants to help.
It'll all become clear. If not, at least we will have the technology here at the dome where all technology belongs. When we have
The
all
fucking Brotherhood
technology,
is like,
all
the
the
bitch
answers,
said what?
we can share it with the world, piece by piece. All will be in order, and all will be like Big Mountain.
That's disturbing.
This mountain, now crater, encompasses the sum total of knowledge of humankind.
And memes up to 2010 and 11.
You'll see. No matter what your questions, Big Mountain will provide the answers, as it has done for so many before you. Oh yes, we've had other subjects visit. It's why we had to calibrate the pacification field.
This writing reminds me more of Fallout 1 and 2.
Time ago, we had 3-1 subjects arrive, and they ruined several experiments, and even injured 2 of our staff. It is a shame their brains left with them. With you, however, we have taken precautions to ensure that problem won't repeat itself. We've conditioned you so you can't speak of this place, discuss our secrets, or attempt to use force against us in any way. Isn't that nice? Because 3-1 is 2. 2 spoke to us, one after the other. One mean, one curious. But there was a third we didn't speak to. The last one is the -1. It got traumatized, then taken to one of our medical centers for de-traumatization. A rather unsettling procedure. Ask Dr. O. And you could have asked 8 once, until he was severely damaged in the attack. We like him better this way.
I always thought there was a way to fix his voice modulator. I think there's more I could ask her, but hold on, I want to get this out of the way. Are you serious? Fuck that noise. Alright, I'm just thinking what would be the most practical, as we're almost out of exploits. One perception while outside? Yeah, okay. Though I think I already have my special up to max. Oh no, no, perception 8. Strength 8. Okay. Okay.
And you return as cute.
Got it? Okay. Onwards to our next. Someone left. Oh, I already emptied it out. That's good. That's very good. What's his name? Chad Blondtamer. I love the chin on this man. Hey guys, we're gonna go do Brave Breakers later on this year. Wanna come?
Penis tits feet trotting around.
P9. You talk as much about penises as a bunch of incels, and Dala might actually be a femcel. Which is weird, because in any other time frame, she'd be a whore. Or should I say a hoe. No shame. No shame. Like in Fallout 4, when you go into the, where all the robo-brains are, they're incredibly wealthy ones. They all have these sort of like docking ports in their rooms, and that's all they need. Everything else is a form of want. Police baton, probably shoved up someone's ass for science.
The lobotomite animal before me. What other terrifying terrors will plague us in our quest for knowledge? Communists? Communist animals, perhaps? Be warned. Attempt to propaganda me. I will shriek
Shouldn't it be
as a
propaganda? Oh, no,
frightened
propaganda.
babe, calling loyal cyber dogs to my aid. Do you comprehend, commie animal?
I'll just have you know that the ultimate commie animal is any pet when they see that you're eating. You know, you have two pets and you lay out a bunch of food, and one's like, no, my food, knocks the other out of the way. But then you have when you're eating and they're just there pining for food.
Drama? There is no drama in science. As I learned in high school, science is an intellectual pursuit devoid of bestial emotions.
Science.
Unless, of course,
Science.
you're a communist. Like Betsy Bright, who sat next to me in math, and her smoking Confederate Richie Marcus. As I learned in my high school, American High, AHS, drama is for movies, things of fiction. Here in the think tank, the only star is science.
Blast off to adventure.
So, you put down Gabe. Thank you. A scamp, but really, his highly augmented combat programming could have proved meddlesome. In any event, thank you for putting him down. One less test subject to catalog and sort. Clearly a failure of doggy
He is an alt-writer's grandpappy, or at least what the modern day alt-writer thinks him is. Unless this guy was what were those committees? That senator, the drunken senator who made a damn fool of himself, would constantly like bring people out in front of show trials, like fucking Howard Hughes and Charlie Chaplin, about half of Hollywood. You're all communists, you know. Yeah, unless they're like that, most people didn't think like that. At least not to this extreme degree. If you like, say 50 years from now, someone's making fun of our time, and they walk in a door, and I just scream, "What pronoun are you?" You know, this is an atheist-only zone. We will kill you if you have any religious ideals. I want to take my jeans off. They are quite unpleasant. I feel like war in that crossover with Next Generation and X-Men. Captain, I must protest. These jeans are most uncomfortable. Taking my robe off. Not too early for the robe. Not early enough for my pajama pants. I also must use the bathroom again. I guess beer is quite painful to me. Ow. At least my bladder. Kind of bladder. Won't lie, my back's been acting up again. As in my back that put me in hospital for a few hours. Like I had to get like an ambulance brought out. So yeah. I'm watching that one with a lot of terrified interest. There. And what's a wasted Wednesday without booze? Of what's left in here, just shitty wine. Just shitty wine. Really shitty wine, right? And I've got a bottle of red in there. Oh yeah, I want to show on screen the label. Actually, hold on. I'll show you guys on screen now. Whee! I think this other one looks a little closer to who I was thinking of. I thought the guy looked a little bit like Vosh on the front of it. He looks a little bit more like a bright wizard from Warhammer Fantasy in this one. I like this one better. Here. Let me show you guys. Boop. Y'all see my bright wizard? Y'all see him? He's got a bike. He's got a bike. Don Vincenzo. He's got a bike, a dog, and his beard is very, very, very smoky. The other version, I think, looks closer to Bosch. Andale. That'll save us time. And when all that wine's done, we've got a bottle of vodka chilling in the fridge, along with an interesting mixer, Fat Frog, which I think is just going to be apple. So.
Before you is the brain of Dr. Boros.
Boros.
Histology, and DNA scrambling technology.
McCarthy, that's the word. Thanks.
I lay the bones and hearts of animals bare beneath my searing gaze.
Melissa McCarthy.
Especially the dogs.
McCarthy's a very Irish name.
So loved dogs once. Especially Gabe, that rascal.
I killed Gabe.
But there are many animals to shape. Industrious cazadors, the happy-go-lucky night stalkers. They are my living, breathing DNA test tubes.
Yeah, he's responsible for cazadors and night stalkers. The little shit that he is. Oh well, time to let them go into the environment. What's the worst that could happen? I don't know, ask Australia.
Indeed. Docile, curious, safe, sterile.
Sterile.
Contained here at Big Mountain to preserve DNA and for observation.
Docile. Those things are all over the Mojave.
No, such creatures are found only here for research purposes. They would no more be capable of escape than breeding.
I don't know how they got out, but they did. There was a flaw there. And as for breeding, oh, they breed a lot. And they also die a lot when I kill them. Although in the early game, they are fucking nightmares.
Because Big Mountain safety measures are far more sophisticated than their primitive animal instincts. We are their lords and masters. I cannot expect a lobotomite to understand
Strawberry.
the careful surgical castrating procedures used in their creation. Perhaps a demonstration of my castrating power would settle your doubts.
Oh, he is an alt-rider. He's also probably an incel. You go ahead, you might make me more fertile or impregnate me.
Impregnate you? What? Do you want to make me vomit inside my tank?
How?
The mere notion makes the edges of my biomed gel crystallize into asymmetrical patterns. Nonsense! That is what you speak. Nonsense from beyond. I was at the top of my high school class in America.
Okay, but what about college? I mean, if you're a doctor, you couldn't have stopped in high school. You had to. I met him, Brent Spiner.
It is not. We never contradict ourselves, so do not even try.
Try. Alright, when did you create Cazadors?
In 2000, let's see, carry the 3, then count backwards from the Great Static, or
The Static.
beyond. There were the tarantula debates, and something about hawks, which made it around 2003, May, Tuesday. It was definitely Tuesday. Why are we even debating this? What you ask is of no importance. Mobius besieges us. There are more important things to worry about than data and facts.
So in 2003, that means nearly 10 years ago now, this motherfucker in a military crater somewhere in the West made Cazadors. And they're sitting there, waiting.
The malignant tumor that is Mobius plagues us all. His hunger for power, insatiable. From his lair in the Forbidden Zone, his terrifying Robo-Scorpion army clicks and whirs across the crater of Big Mountain, ever seeking, ever stinging. He must be stopped, or all of Big Mountain shall be destroyed. The radar fence protects us all. If evidence is correct, the one who built it is me. It keeps anything with a disembodied brain inside, like us. And anything without a brain, also inside. It is the ultimate defense against communist aggression. There'll be no infectious ideas on my watch.
Fence doesn't make much sense. The fence doesn't make much sense to me.
It makes perfect
The fence doesn't make much sense.
you to question the mighty radar fence.
Fence.
Ever since my anxiety-filled days of powerlessness and being bullied in American high school, I have dreamed
All he knows is
of
called
security
it's American
as
high school.
The fence. That and giant cybernetic dogs that would ruthlessly patrol and kill anyone who wasn't my friend, like Richie Marcus and Betsy Bright. Who's laughing now, Betsy? I hope you and Richie are happy smoking in your radioactive coffins. I'm glad you never came to my birthday party.
Wow.
No! Beyond is death, despite mounting evidence to the contrary. No matter where these strange humans wander in from with their ideas and new brains, there is nothing beyond Big Mountain.
We have always been at war with Eurasia.
Enough! You sound like the other visitors, making wild claims of a world beyond, where there is a war beyond war. It is unproven and unthinkable. Bother the other doctors with your crackpot theories. I have no time. None of us do.
What does Klein want with those particular technologies? Can you tell me about Big Empty? Yeah.
There is logic and purpose in it.
Porpoise.
If these technologies are needed to pierce the Forbidden Zone, so be it. Science is powerful, and in the right hands, our hands, if we had hands, we would be nigh unstoppable. It is our home, threatened by the horrors of Mobius. All we wish to do is continue our research, layer upon layer, above and beneath the floor of the crater, until we have our answers. But no, Mobius will not let us rest, scaring us with his scary robots with their laser tails.
I'm scared
all the time. It was not our first choice of testing grounds, but we no longer have the luxuries of our tests.
Test cities, that was Denver. They released a plague just before the breakout. Used a plague. They were going to drop it on. China. But first, they used a plague on Denver, which caused a massive panic that led to thousands of people leaving and huge food riots that resulted in thousands of police dogs being deployed because all the lads were off fighting in China. And that was going on the day the bombs dropped. That's why when Caesar showed up into Denver, the generations of those dogs ruled the city, with their overlords being people living up in the skyscraper like tops. They'd live like in the pit in Uptown, where everyone's like above ground, and they would control like massive packs of dogs. The hang dogs, they were called. And Caesar killed them off, killed off an entire generation of older dogs, killed off the bulk of the tribe, and kept the rest to become the dog wranglers of the Legion. And it's all because of Boris needed to do some fucking calculations.
Yes. In the past, individuals would come to us, pay for technology,
The
and
Enclave
if their
basically
town,
hired them.
community, or city was just right, we could use that city as a controlled experiment. Vault-Tec was much better at it, of course. We had to make do. Get permission. Sometimes. If only we could have used commie cities. But capturing whole cities was hard, so we captured enough commies to make cities of our own. So we had a group of Chinese prisoners to experiment on. Those were the days. But the true test was science on unsuspecting Americans. Whether it was holograms, new autodocs, toxins, vending machines, we wound
Sierra
up,
Madre.
let them go into tiny, isolated towns. Then we observed. Boom! Yes, quite unexpected and embarrassing. All better now after the landscaping, though. Much more pleasing to our monitors.
Got two more of these
And the
motherfuckers, and I
crater
can get the
helps
fuck
keep
out of
everything
here.
Inside, because it is bowl-shaped.
So we have Dr. 8, who we can't understand unless you actually know fucking binary code. Like, what he says actually makes sense if you translate it. He might also be the last sane one. I think it's a reference to how Bumblebee talked in the first Transformers film with Michael Bay, and at the end of it they got James Earl Jones to do the voice. Why, after listening a bit, that's a Robco terminal protocol, you're broadcasting right, you're emitting characters pattern of 8 bracketed with tone adjustment at the end. I'm just full of surprises. I've tacked enough Robco terminals to know. Nice pun on the header file ref. This is pure fucking... I don't even pretend to know what's going on, just that I know that there's in-jokes. It's like, I knew someone who bought a bedspread, and it was in binary, and if I'm right, it either said, "This is binary," or "I am a bed," written on it. Imagine if the bombs dropped, or like there was a new Pompeii and all that survived. Try to like explain that to generations, centuries later, that in-joke. That terminal link code, don't worry, I'm not going to take advantage of your exposed code. This is how you get them on your side. No problem. I don't know what it's like to be experimented on, you fucking dick. Well, first round, tell me you didn't sonjaculate into my sonic emitter. You said some other way of firing it up. Can we at least talk it over next time? Not embarrassed about. It's best to keep that stuff private, you know. Did you find some crime lying around? Put some duct tape around the lid. Good to go. Oh no! Here the Japanese call that a crony hole. Oh. I heard an eagle. Well, projecto is kind of evident. Emitter works better. No, I've been there. Higgs built right. Your house is there. So there's a emitter code and your house is in Higgs. Oh, 2 codes. One for the jukebox, the other for the opera. Nice. Ding ding. I'll be going now. So you get some canned meat. Good for you. So you get some canned meat, and then you make sure that the edges aren't pointy. You don't want a repeat of your first time, if you know what I mean. And here is our cameo from Dr. Venture.
Breaking news. Talking lobotomite arrives in think tank. Its purpose, unknown. Undefinable.
Definable.
Its presence here, impossible.
Unpossible. Not related in any way, shape, or form to Kim Possible.
Oh, yes. I'm not going to bother correcting you. At least you got the doctor part correct. I can be grateful for that, at least. Stop the presses. Just in from my eye monitors. Is that Robco tech on your arm? It is. What's your agenda bringing that in here?
What? I mean, you're either Robco or General Dynamics stands in this universe, right? Robco for life. That's why I killed him. So he will remain pure in our mind forever.
How dare you bring Robco tech in here? What are you showing off? How great Robert House and his big company are? Ooh, we can make Securitrons better than any robot those geniuses at Big Mountain can
Aww.
make. And they'll last 1,000 years.
The voice actor for Robert House, the guy who played Odo, I did.
Off your arm, or feet to stomp on its stupid metal guts. Ugh. Damn Robco.
No need to worry about Mr. House anymore.
Worry about House? Why would I do that? Hope he died alone in a dingy room, streaming his last remaining bodily fluids into jars. And him and his dirty girl bots. Don't even get me started on those filthy biological catcher's mitts.
That part is creepy, and of course famously based off urban legends about Howard Hughes.
Fine. I don't like to talk about it. 8, he can't talk about it. They fried his voice module. Something good. It wasn't all the visitors, though. Only one of them got out of control. He's the one that took control of Little Yangtze, our old human farm. This human, I can't believe it. He broke out of the think tank in seconds. Then he went for Yangtze, got bomb collars, and started practicing on the subjects that were still there until he got the right frequency. We were sending robots to stop him, and he was slicing and cutting through their shells with some souped-up laser gun like they were cheese paper. When he hacked into the mainframe, A tried to stop him and got fried. Me? He rerouted my processors to take control of the train network here. If you see the tunnels with the trains plowed into them, you can thank our visitor for that. He wrecked the whole place. While we were trying to keep containment on the surface, turns out he used one train to punch out a tunnel and escape. Sealed now. But 2 other human specimens. One arrived not long after the troublemaker. And the last one, not sure when he showed up. Thought the first one was going to be lobotomized in Y-17. She got out somehow.
Oh, she ended up
Subject,
fantastic.
I know more. He talked to him, and let him leave the think tank. Hope he knew what he was doing. Klein knows things we don't. And I think he told some of those things to the last visitor. Dangerous things if they ever got out. All things robotical. You see a robot? I made it. See a broken robot? I made it that way. Deconstructed it down to parts. I have a gift with machines. I can render anything inoperable. Preserve them in a non-functioning state.
Actually, I see that as kind of useful. I mean, if you break it down into things that can then be reprocessed, you turn into a recycler. Dr. O, the hippie.
Who asked you? You just wait until a working machine threatens you, and you'll wish I was around. Yeah, I do. It wasn't always O. I just took that one by default because sometimes it's easier to accept the mistake as long as the purpose works. I don't want to get into it. It's a sore topic with me. Makes my gel ripple.
Ripple.
Great. Psychology. Clearly the worst of the sciences, right after colostodiuretics. Okay. So
Deconstructing people is fine.
Never was. It was circular, a single character, digit, but not O. But even with enhanced sensors, no one here could get it right. Always kept seeing the letter, not the number.
Your name is Dr. Zero?
Yes, thank you. 0. I am 0. How hard is that? A narrow, thin 0.
Want me to call you Zero? Or?
Zero's my name. I'm proud of it, all right? It doesn't get the recognition it deserves. Truth be told, my emotional attachment to it doesn't even register compared to just having people recognize the difference. It's just that they're both sort of round and hollow, so when they monitor scan them, they assume that, oh, it's O. Vivisect me, please.
If you want to differentiate the O and O, just put a slash to the 0.
What?
0. Draw a slash through it, you know?
Did I shoot myself with a brainial beam or something? That's brilliant. I mean, I would have come to the same conclusion. Eventually. Oh, who am I deceiving? I never would have figured that out. I can't figure anything out. I'm useless.
And that's what makes you truly a 0. So is that what you want to be?
Exactly. At least the old name was indisputable. O is more like surprise. Oh, look what I stepped in.
With power in 0, it reduces anything multiplied against itself to 0.
Well, of course it does. That's the most lethal of mathematics. That's pretty cool, actually. Destroyer of numbers. I already wreck every robot I study. Why not basic arithmetic?
This is such a great way.
With that kind of slash in the middle, I can set myself apart. If I
This is like Eubonics, you know?
0 and all the think tank.
We're gonna put X's and everything and K's.
Slash right down the middle. Thanks. Talking to you, it really helped unclog some frustration. Talking. What a primitive form of thought kicking.
Thought kicking.
You know, hearing my name said like that, it really de-reses my screens. As for discoveries, well, Of course. Look at us. Just built it. Amazing, isn't it?
It's pretty interesting, whatever it was.
You know what? I'm not even gonna pretend. I broke one of the monitors, and those innards start falling out everywhere. If you could just hold on to that for me until, well, forever, that would be welcome. That genius Mobius somehow cobbled together these really impressive-looking robot scorpions with spare parts. Even painted them. Tried to see what makes them tick. Can't even examine them without them detonating all over me. Left with shrapnel and burns. Every time. Supposedly, he has even larger models, even a giant robot scorpion hidden deep within the Forbidden Zone. Yeah, right. Giant monsters, sure.
Was that Battle and Race? So I can't believe John Morgan never played all the DLC before. They add so much story and character to Courier and make the second Battle of Hoover Dam even more climactic. Yep. The idea was that it was always... Ulysses' stories was always hinted at, and Sierra Madre was in from day one. But Zion and Big Mountain came out of the blue, and I fucking love them. They're all brilliant. This is by far the most funny. Lonesome Road is... I think it's too ham-fisted, honestly, and Ulysses doesn't help. He could have been written so well. I'm actually going to talk about that. But once again, nature calls. I know, I'm as shocked as you are. I'm half tempted just to do a Dylan Moran right now and pour myself up. No, the toilet wouldn't be at the right angle. One of these days, I will get a chair and it will just be placed here. And then it will just occasionally see me lean forward a little bit and come back. That is how kings do it. Right, so Ulysses was originally meant to be there from day one. Kinda like, what's his name from KOTOR 1? Kath, whatever his name is. Voiced by the same guy who plays Caden, who plays the exact same role. And the idea was that you would have history with them, and any decision you made in New Vegas would be parodied by, like, he'd point out the flaws in it. So you go and side with the Legion, he'll point out all the negatives. If you side against the Legion, he'll point out all the negatives. He's always there to remind you of a way forward. They dropped him and turned him into the mysterious person that's been haunting you this every step. Which, you know, I'd love to see him at least once. Like, maybe at one point you get trapped in like a big canyon or something, and like all these enemies are about to shoot you, and then, I don't know, you see a Ulysses base, a Ulysses-shaped silhouette in the background and takes pot shots with a 50 cal, drawing off whoever the fuck is attacking you, giving you a chance to escape. It would be an interesting idea. And then you could bring it up to them later, like, were you there at Death Canyon? I've been tracking you for days. You know, like, it's stuff like that. I kind of like it. But Ulysses is a... he's definitely the biggest chunk story-wise, but in reality, it does fleshes out the world. And to play vanilla, it's fine. It's fine. Vanilla is still good. But I couldn't play, for example... I couldn't play Oblivion without the Shivering Isles anymore. It just... I'd be looking out at the bay outside of Breville and be wondering, where is it? Where is it? You know, I'd be in Anvil looking at the Knights of the Prophet for the Knights of the Nine. He just vanishes, by the way. I don't like that. I wish he gave you like a goodbye and it turns out he's like an avatar of one of the gods. Maybe Talos. Oh, that would be some conspiracy theory shit for Skyrim. But what about the extra god, you wonder? What about him? He must be worshipped the same. Perhaps I've already taken care of that. He gives a big grin and then he turns into, I don't know, a fucking dragon and flies off. DLC, when done right, add to the world, but you can still play the game completely 100% DLC free. It's still good. What I don't like is that you don't have a world after the Battle of Hoover Dam. I've got a mod that happens afterwards, but it's only going to do it like half justice. So you make DLCs. They enhance the main game. They aren't needed. Absolutely. Mass Effect kind of didn't do that right. Dragon Age 1 did. Dragon Age 2... yeah, you could have done without all the DLC in Dragon Age 2. Except for, oh wow, you get to introduce Corypheus early. Okay, cool. And then Dragon Age Inquisition. Now there's an interesting idea. Because Dragon Age Inquisition, the Trespasser DLC, you could say it's a rather important bit of information. Is it required to play the game fully? No. But I couldn't play it without it. Same with Dark Souls and that painting you go inside it. I've never played Dark Souls, but I've seen games with and without it. Because Dark Souls is a very fascinating game to watch and have people break it down. Matthew Matosis. But, oh, that's not a good white. Now, alright, I suppose it has been in the fridge for nearly a week.
Yeah, crazy, right?
Right?
Right out of a midnight science fiction feature. Ridiculous. What are the odds?
What are the odds, indeed? The attack of the Robo-Scorpions. Ooh, some bad DLC had to be The Outer Worlds. Murder on Eridos meant nothing to the overall storyline. It could have been completely dropped. Same with what's the one prior? Jesus. Murder on Eridos and Gorgon. Perils of Gorgon. Both of them could be dropped.
Big Mountain used to be a mountain. Then there was a slight mishap. Now it's a crater. The dome used to be buried. Now it's exposed to the sky. Don't get me wrong. Makes the sky light up like a planetarium at night. All those spectra. So soothing. I'd have a few left. Let me check. Yeah, there were a few under the monitors here. Here you go. Keeps the place tidy.
Thank you. That's it, by the way. We can now actually leave here. But the outside is scary. I didn't realize it until now, but the background audio, the generic audio, is one part New Vegas and one part Fallout 2. I love how the two worlds are kind of overlapped. Like, we know as players the whole relationship between like the Bethesda and Interplay and all that shit. Whenever the two worlds overlap, it's brilliant. It makes me want one day this sort of moment where people coming out of like the east heading west and people coming out of the west heading east meet up on like the Mississippi. So it'd be the NCR meeting up with like the Brotherhood, Capital Wasteland chapter from Fallout 4. Like, that's some crazy shit to me. Victorium. Don't mess with the bear, motherfucker. Bear messes with you.
That's all.
That's all. Josh Graham got robbed of screen time. Also wish there was a better way to go through the Honest Hearts' Legion career. As much as I hate the Legion, it sucks they got little development. Yeah, I've played a very good one called Deal with the Devil, or Sympathy for the Devil. It's a mod, of course. You go to a... Oh, both of those are really good. You go to a building, Sloan. And there you find these two young kids, like, well, this one kid, like, freaking the fuck out. He's, like, in rags, and he's like, my brothers have been lost in this canyon. These monsters are attacking us. But he says not to trust strangers. And the idea is, like, he comes across as very innocent, and you eventually go out and check it out, and he's under attack by, like, his friends are under attack by super mutants. Turns out, they're Brotherhood. They're Legion.
Ready, steady, fighty.
Down. Pachoo! Pachoo!
Hostilities.
Pachoo!
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
No, the way around.
That's all.
That is all. It was really cool, sort of like idea. The same, you know what? The game got a lot of hate, rightfully so. If anyone tried to see my my attempt to play it, the New Vegas, the Frontier, massive mod expansion. If you sided with the Legion, they at least tried to give the Legion a bit of fucking backstory, you know? There are people who genuinely, like, stand for the Legion. I'm like, why? They're nightmares. Then again, Vosh is massive into the Yes Man ending, and I'm like, but they'll starve, and everyone will die from killing each other. What? Like, there has to be some...
would press a spinal area against my primary instrument panel. I might vibrate at a soothing frequency.
Might?
Might I be of service, sir?
Doesn't really have it, and I need. Oh, never mind.
Are we being watched?
Yeah, the self-conscious suit. Yeah. Alright, let's go and find the power suit. Apparently we're not there yet in terms of the stealth suit. Oh. Gaining power trail mix. God's gift to people who really just want texture of food. Ready to process your seed. We gotta get that guy back up around. Damn. My darling, I care enough for your seed, baby. Okay, so I need a... okay. Don't need. Keep. Don't need. Don't need. Actually, fuck it. Don't need. Don't need. Don't need. While I'm here, I'll keep the black outfit away. And, don't need. Try that with. Furk it. We don't get to see what life is like for the citizens of both NCR and Legion. Well, you are in the frontiers of both armies, so that kind of makes sense. When you get to see them as invading or occupying forces, LEV in peace would give them more immersion. What I would have loved is if there was a DLC. This is going to hurt some people, but I would have lost the Honest Hearts DLC to give us a trip down the Long 15 back into the NCR. I would have loved that. Or maybe to Two Sons and see what it's like there. That would have been just as cool. Oh shit, I think everything has to go into safe. My bad. I mean, it is there for a reason. Alright, let's go and grab the personality matrices. There is, I know I sound like a broken record, but there is a mod I do like that I've never gotten to work but sounds so cool. And it's just, oh, there we go. It is a caravan guard heading down to Bakersfield. You go up to the Mojave outpost, you join up with as a caravan guard, and you just go down to Bakersfield. You also get to see that in New California as well. Union City, Dr. Orderly, MD, PhD, DDS. Where is it? There we go. I tried to sprint right there. A bit before this time. Mr. Orderly, Mark 5.
That all?
I believe so. Very weak and pathetic. Yes, valuable. Oh, did you guys see the new expansion for Sim Settlements for Fallout 4? You get to set up the police. Wow! That's what the wasteland needs. Pigs. Also the gunners as well. That was kind of a cool touch. I like the gunners. Kind of cool if like a Legion remnant fled into the Commonwealth. We were escaping a great battle. My grandfather told me of it. The bear defeated us. We didn't have a chance. What's the bear? No, that's the way in. Suffering the effects of buff out withdrawal. Bah ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha. Aha. But 100, I can say I can overdose on buff out is a gross understatement. Aha, there it is. Yoda Dock now has a sink upgrade. Good stuff. And faster.
Time to fight.
Is it? Yep, Robo Dog. Huh? Cyber Dog. Oh. Those running experience fell down. It gave me experience. And Legion DLC. Hell, if they got creative, he could have become new Caesar. That'd be kind of cool. He makes peace with the NCR, tries to reform the Legion from the inside out. They could have also made Lanius into like an actual character as well. Instead, he's just a mask. 1, 2. Good thing we can't see their butts. That's the horror of all this. Yep. The idea of seeing a grown adult's behind.
Time to fight.
Shit, that one has a gun. I don't appreciate that. Let's try this bad boy out. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, he barely hurt me at all. Who's ready for ejaculate inside the wussy? You're the wussy. Where you at? Did you flee? Did you try to flee from my magnificence? You did. Fool! Grenade spamming noob. I'm not gonna have that.
Haven't seen anybody in a while. Maybe the monsters have stealth suits too.
They do. It's erotic.
Fighting over.
No. Fighting begun. Once again, you fail at what you're trying to do, madam. Uh-oh.
Ready?
Uh-oh.
Steady.
Uh-oh.
Fighting.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Erotic. Skadoosh. So many lobotomites. Ow! This gun is good for disarming people, that's about it. Who? Doggo time! Doggadoo, doggadoo, that means you. Thank you, Suit. Bark.
Cessation of hostilities complete.
No. Now it is. Aw. It's sad when it goes away.
Time to fight.
The hollow point we got after this. Boom. Boom. Victory! It's not just a name on a can of corn anymore. I'm sure somewhere there was a can of corn. Victory. Probably during World War II. We won't defeat those awful Japs without victory corn by war bonds. I laugh at your withdrawals. Relapsing is the way of kings.
That's all.
I agree. Magnetronics complex. Okay. As always, guys, if you are enjoying yourselves, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more low energy content, including, but not limited to, our Discord, our Twitter. This Friday, where I will be joined by Dirt Cobain and Insolence from the Eldritch Twitch with Girl Does Rant. And do not forget that we have a stream goal. If you could throw any money our way, it'd be a big help. I will be streaming this, God knows, for as long as I am sentient or as long as the computer runs. It probably will start breaking down after a while.
This one looks pretty tough.
It sure does. Bodacia Botanical Gardens. Patient 0. Patient 0. Spore carrying scavenger. Spore carriers. Look at them reusing the Trog. do you call it? Not logo. Word involving character model. Character model. There. You dicks. Old-timey brawler. I just got that achievement. It's not easy to fast travel in this game, in this DLC, because it's so small. Every 5 seconds, you're surrounded by an enemy on your radar, which means you can't fast travel.
You're my best friend forever.
Thank you. I drew you something.
Fighting over.
How old are you? 32. Thank you. And I meant it.
Ready, steady, fighting.
Mr. Big North, Mr. Big North Tunnel. Big Mountain North Tunnel. Robo Scorpions!
No more medicine. So sad.
Robo Scorpion, attack! I see you. Now I end you.
Ow. Black blood sausage. That does not look like what it's meant to be. Uh-oh. Ha, overclocked turret. It runs 40% better. Who cares what those recommended? Oh, it's on fire. Oh, okay. That ever happened to anyone before? Their computer catch fire. Happened to my screen once. My very first computer. Smoke started to come out of the base of it. It still worked and everything. I don't know what was going on. It could have been so dusty that the heat was starting to make it smoke. Not ideal, but could have been worse. Scaradouche, Scaradouche, Scaradouche. I don't care what the song's called, it's my song now. Robo Scorpions attack. And they did. Vodka is worn off. I am punching everything like crazy. You think I don't need my vodka? Here, I'll take wine like a ponce. Could you imagine drinking... Hold on, let me drink my wine. Could you imagine drinking wine? Ponces. Come on, drink this wine later. So that wine I was just drinking there is pure shite. Ugh. Oh, it's so sad. It's so... Ugh. It sounded like she said achoo. Oh, Gesundheit.
This one looks pretty tough.
For your safety, please take cover until the lawbreaker is dealt with.
Damn, that's one tough Protectron. Halt. Protectron on duty. Please assume the...
Do not be alarmed. Law and order will be restored shortly.
Position.
Saw.
By the glow. Yes. Oh, I don't have the Storyteller mod installed. I thought it would make life too easy. Plus, you know, getting in and out of doors is kind of a bitch when you have that many people.
Fighting over.
But has it even begun? Yes. It's true. Nada. Or is it? Ow.
Trying to steal the H2 transmitter array antenna, are you? You won't succeed. Not if my lethal robo-scorpions have any say in the matter.
They do. But it's not much of a say. So many choices. I want us to increase damage altogether, you know? Genuine damage increase. Sniper? Ooh. Oh, this. Okay.
Ready. Steady. Fighting.
Go, my minion! Sting them in the name of all that you are no match for science!
Yes, but are they in the match for science?
Go, my minion! Sting them in the name of all that is Mobius!
Guys, stealth rep.
Our lobotomizing free! Dr. Mobius, you won't escape!
Steady. Fighting.
Robo-Scorpion, attack! Intruder, return what you have stolen from X2!
Why? Gonna send more ineffective minions after me? Yes! Oh. Whack him out with one hit. Shaboopy! Shaboopy! It was Shaboopy's birthday not too long ago. You better motherfuckers have sent well wishes. Or else be proving people like Mr. Echo right. That no one likes him. I mean, he is the biggest bully in the world. Aha! Aha! See, smacking them unconscious is one thing. Beating them to a pulp is a much more erotic other. It always has to be erotic with you. It always doesn't with you. It's weird. Human flesh. Oh no. How could you do such a thing? It's really easy. You just chew it and you swallow it.
Was that all?
Ask anyone who's ever swallowed cum. Technically, it's true. 8 likes his clocks. Oh, he likes 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, everything has to be in 8s, right? Except for 2 pre-war money. Yeah, 1, 4, 8. Yep, everything's in 8. This is how they would communicate with each other. Communicate with each other, if it will. Yo, 8. I'm in your home. Yo, shawty, how you live like this? Memes. Oh, there's another one inside Higgs Village. Why would people throw bottle caps in a pre-war fountain unless they were littering? Make more sense if you found pennies or the like. By the way, once again, nature calls. But by the way, plus I have to get the, I have to crack open the red wine. There is something, a little bit of a story I have to tell you. My ma worked in Dublin Airport for years, and they rolled out the giant cigarettes, sort of like, this is what your lungs look like when you have when you've been smoking, compared to what they don't, right? And then it would have like that big empty plastic box to show like where people throw stuff in. At the end of the day, who cleaned it up but the cleaners? So the cleaners got the cigarettes. By the truckloads. Some days you'd be going home with 4 packs of smokes. Even if you didn't smoke yourself, they still picked it up. Because it's much like prison rules. It was also a great place to exchange foreign currency. And anything you found that wasn't collected after a week was yours. It was some crazy times, man. The 90s, man. What can I say? We were just all crazy. It really was, like Christ. The amount of money we squandered in the 90s. Especially in Ireland, which lied through their teeth saying how much money we were making, so everyone increased their wages. At one point, we were on par with like Scandinavian countries in terms of like income. What the fuck? Never seen a wine bottle with that thing on top. It's like some sort of. Oh, it came out of the. Oh, it came out of the cork holder thing. God, this thing's reaching the end of its life. It's metal. Okay. Now, let us pass the time with old sea shanties. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow you get your pay and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny. I didn't say I'd sing them. I'm just going to start saying them. Can I fast travel from this location? Well, fuck you. Voyage is long and the winds don't blow. It's time for us to leave her. On this rotten tub. Leave her, John, leave her. Rotten grub, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, John, leave her. Oh, leave her, John, leave her. Na, na, na. This guy had his own bar, and it's time for us to leave her. Look, he's watching his old. He's watching his old office.
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
Where? You drama hoe. Hoe dram.
Was that all?
No, but. Well, we can't hold it all against you. The toaster. Diddle-a-dir-dir. More killing? Yes, please.
Steady. Fighting.
How the hell did I hit him so hard he lost a power fist?
Fighting over.
That's how Chonk I've become. I've become Chonk, destroyer of world. Chonk Cat would still kick my ass though. You all saw Chonk Cat, right? Chonk Cat is look, we all know he's juicing, right? But you can't say that to his face. He gets angry very easy. And, well, rage and those muscles don't do well for one's tender limbs. Alright. Let's see. What's next on our magical adventure? Through the stars! Security con deconstruction.
Time to fight.
Who? You? Alright, let's get. I see your bottom. There you go. Show me your booty hole. He just accepted his death. He's like, well, I've had a good life, or at least I think I did. Then I got lobotomized.
That's all.
I'm glad of it.
Time to fight.
Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Mutant face! Berserk Securitron. You killed our birth father. We will kill you. You both died like weaklings. Muggy! We got ourselves a Muggy. Not to be confused with Nuggies. Shit, 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 shit. And he hit me. Anti-venom time.
Over.
I don't have any anti-venom. Chat spot. Alright, let's go in and activate our robo friends. I call these guys the Munchkins.
Ah, good day, citizen. Library Processing Unit 232.7 is online and ready to eradicate sedition.
Sedition!
Of course, citizen. That's my duty and sole joy in life. All those books from before the war, full of seditious, treasonous, complicated thoughts. Just dump them in and lickety-split. I'll have them pumped, scrubbed clean, and pressed out again clean and white and sedition-free.
Yeah, and besides processing books?
What good is eradicating sedition if the malcontents have ready access to the means to make more, citizen? I could also process pencils and clipboards. Wait a moment. Pencil processors offline? Pencil processors offline? Apologies, citizen. It seems traitors have absconded with that module. If you can find a backup copy of the module, I will happily eradicate your ability to create seditious literature.
Like Tech War? Can we not produce any more copies of Tech War? I'd be okay with that. Maybe Catcher in the Rye because of a single swear word.
Fantastic, citizen. Just input your quantity of seditious material on my interface, and in no time at all, I'll have you a beautiful, clean book. Won't that keep you happy and docile, citizen?
Docile. Blank book added.
Greetings, citizen. Blank books are better for the mind, citizen. Real science by real men in lab coats has proved that introducing outside thoughts confuses the brain. Blank books encourage the
Sounds like that guy who was going up against Vosh last night on trans rights.
Also, I suppose you could use them to keep a journal. Now you're thinking like a citizen.
Don't want to piss him off.
Well, how about that? Old auto doc's back online. Well, all right, come here. Let's have a look at you. And rightly so, I should think. All right, then. Let me just fire up the old interface for you.
You can get a haircut, swap body parts, basic physical exam, and instant. You can also change your face. You are now completely healthy.
You require some
You went in before a psychiatric evaluation?
Concerned about the state of your mind, are you? Well, such things ain't my specialty, but I'm happy to tender my opinion as to your mental health. I should make you aware that the benefits of such a procedure are exclusive. That is, this only works once.
If I'm right, you get to reorganize. No, you reorganize your mental
You require some additional...
stuff.
Well, firstly, I would say providing wholeness of the body is service enough, but if you must know, I'm also programmed with cosmetical subroutines.
Cosmetical.
Diagnostic says they're offline at the moment, though. Something about corrupted data files and all manner of such foolishness. If you want a haircut or a nose job that won't leave you looking like a ghoul with alopecia, you'll have to find a replacement. Also, and I won't swear to this, but I recollect at some point having a few implant installation modules. Can't speak to where they got to, though.
Okay. Oh no, he's not Monkey. He's Toaster. He's Toaster destroying the universe, but also Light Switch 1. One of the two. Slutty. No, one's slutty and one's prudish. Which could very well be a Vampire the Masquerade reference. Oh, look at Ralphie! Is that foreshadowing? Is that foreshadowing to something that's going to come later? Perhaps in a little while once we finish this DLC and move on to the next.
Oh my. Partial functionality restored. That's less than optimal.
Often to meet Light Switch with brains and beauty. I think I'm going to like it here.
Oh, well, that's very sweet of you. Maybe one of these nights we can discuss theorems. Me too. Hope you can keep up. I work pretty fast. Here, something for you to brush up on. Dr. Mobius and I were deeply involved in research on the ability of light levels to enhance human cognition. We observed a fascinating phenomenon. Certain spectra of visible light actually increased cognitive function and reasoning ability. Of course, Dr. Mobius's brain is so big already, we had a hard time measuring it. As much as I'd love to, I'm afraid not. The data from that study has gone missing. You'll have to find a backup if you want to use the smart lights.
Toaster, Toaster, Death Toaster, destroyer of the universe.
I am online once again! Tremble, world, before my electric heating coil of doom!
The boulder! No, it should be Bonesaw. Bonesaw, are you ready? Tremble, you're a toaster. How fearsome can you be?
A toaster is just a death ray with a smaller power supply. As soon as I figure out how to tap into the main reactors, I will burn the world.
Now, I know some of these voice actors are actually kind of famous in like older online circles.
Have you ever tried to indulge in all-consuming urge to kill when you don't have opposable thumbs? Or hands? Or anything other than a bread slot?
How are you even talking?
I have a lot of pent-up anger too.
He also sounds like the guy who voiced the Prophet Gary from Cyberpunk.
Buddy, if my heating element were just... You should be afraid! I am the scourge of all small appliances, and the boogeyman that keeps lesser toasters awake at night. Not just murder, I tear them apart and render them down to their base components. Once their guts are spilled, you can do with them what you like. You want some weapon schematics? I can show you some fucking weapon schematics. You want a superheated Saturday power fist? I can hook that shit up.
Roided toaster. The little toaster that juiced.
Oh, baby. That is a thing of fucking beauty. Give it here. I'll soup it up for you. There you go. Have fun with that. Burn the fucking world for me. Well, what have we got here? Another innocent little toaster. Come here. I won't hurt you. Ha! Gotcha! Oh yes, the sweet smell of spilled electric guts. The sparking diodes. I fucking live for this! Yes! Yeah! Soon I will... What? It did? Really? Well, fuck. That really puts a damper on the toaster's mood. Oh well. No use crying over spilled Armageddon. Where was I? Oh right. Soon the world will burn in nuclear fire! Again! Like I said.
That's it. That's his entire subplot.
Ooh, yeah, dig that sweet music. Damn, it's
Damn!
back online.
Online. I'd almost say that sounds like Pitmonk.
Dig, I'm an acoustical wizard kid. Old Doc Mo used me to prototype his sonic weapon designs. Get me a good sample base to work from, and I can whip up a wave that makes Jericho look like a kazoo. Why not? Ain't like I got nothing to prove. Not like that toaster. Now that boy got some issues.
I talked to him, he really does. He's trying too hard. I mean, he does have the power to do a lot of crazy things, but look how he's flexing. All the wrong ways.
Got yourself a sonic emitter, don't you? Thought so. Bring that old thing on in here and bring me some sound samples and I'll make that baby sing. Or scream. If that's what you want.
A sound wave.
Right on, Daddy-o. Just plug it in and I'll mix you up a sweet, sweet sound. Used to. Long time ago. Then old Doc Mo ripped
I had a jukebox like this. Obviously, it wasn't self-aware and tried to make audio weapons of death. It was so cool. I loved it. Then we sold it.
even if I can't play them no more.
You! Hey, you! Yeah, you! Got any mugs?
Hi, Muggy. Mugs? Why do you want mugs?
Why do you want mugs, huh? You some kind of sick mug hoarder? Oh, God, give me the coffee cup, please. It's sitting there in your back, taunting me. Sorry. Sorry. I got a little carried away. It's just all those goddamn dirty dishes out there with no one to clean them and
Oh my god! Muggy is that one joke robot from Rick and Morty. What is my purpose? You serve butter. Oh my god. Yeah, welcome to the world. Muggy is the same thing!
Of course I'm obsessed. They made me this way. You think I don't know how crazy I sound? Of course I do. They programmed me to know that too. They made me just to torture me. But you know, it's the neglect that hurts the most. Hey, everybody, let's turn ourselves into robot brains in jars. Do you know how many coffee cups giant robot brains in jars use on a daily basis? Not fucking many! I'm supposed to keep them clean. Oh, God! The thought of all those dirty dishes out there makes me crazy. Most of them are probably beyond saving now. The only thing left is break them down and process them for raw materials. I guess you could have those. Anything else, he asks. Like I don't long for the chance to be more than an erotic busboy. If you must know, at one point Dr. Mobius programmed me to manufacture central chassis. That module got corroded when the toaster spilled hot crumbs down my fence, though. If you find a backup somewhere, I could maybe do that for you. Oh, sweet, sweet fulfillment! I'll break these down for you just as fast as I can.
It always reminds you of Bender whenever he says, like, hey, I don't bend things because I'm supposed to bend things. I bend things because I choose to bend things. Because it makes me happy and feel fulfilled. And like it's my purpose in life or something. You know?
Oh, please, please! Maybe you've seen some of those big, imposing Securitrons with their lovely laser guns and rocket launchers and scary faces? I'm not one of those. Dr. O was always jealous of House Industries, and he thought it would be fucking hilarious to build a tiny neurotic Securitron. Big fucking laugh! So,
That was a nice little cat nap. How long was I out?
Night switch turns me on? I must be dreaming. That's kind of good.
Oh, you. I bet you say that to all the light switches.
Only the sexy ones.
Now I know you're flirting with me. And it's working. Why don't you take this to remember?
Hey, Loki. I'm still sentient. We're hours in.
I was Dr. Mobius's personal assistant. We were studying, oh shoot, what was it? Oh yeah, lightning. No, wait, lighting. That's right, how lighting affects human interaction. Oh, it was super exciting. It turns out that some pretty colored lights can make you way better at talking to people. Oh, I'd love to, sweetie, but I don't have the programming. All the data from the experiments was lost. You'd have to go out into that nasty old crater and find the backup copy. Oh, her. Trust me, sweetie, you're better off not thinking about that frigid little ice queen. That bitch. She thinks she's so much better than everybody just because her processors are bigger.
That line was written by a man. Whereas sleep, so I got more than 2 hours sleep, so I feel a bit better. I barely got any sleep. Metal Monkey, when he was making his tea first thing in the morning, I kind of came out and was like, dude, I can't come out with you. I kind of need some sleep. I just turned around and went right back inside, and because we got to the shop at the same time together. I didn't need to. I got everything I needed up in the petrol station. Plus, I got myself a sandwich and some beer up at the pub, which was nice. Is that everyone? I don't. Oh yeah, who's ready for some innuendo? Biological research station.
Oh yeah, baby. Feels good to be online again. Yeah. All circuits online.
Ready to receive your seed. Oh yeah.
It's the miracle of life, baby. You bring me some succulent genetic samples, and I'll work my mojo on
That's
clone you up all kinds of plants.
That's Three Dogs' voice.
Oh yeah. I can also break them down for you if you're into the kinky stuff. Bring me any old plant parts, and I'll grind them up into salient cream for you. Yeah, you like that, don't you, baby?
Biological research station. Are you trying to seduce me?
You know it, baby. I just need some samples, and I got you going. Take a few days, but trust me, it's all kinds of good. Just the miracle of life in silky, gooey liquid form, baby. Heat that gunk up over a campfire, and just watch it congeal into all kinds of plants. I love it when you talk like that. Let me just get that interface up and running.
Damn, I had a lot of plants.
Well, hello.
Ready to accept your seat. Hey, Loki, now I'm about to say hi to Guns as well. Hello, Two Guns. And hello, Bill. There, yep. My peeps are returnulating. And it is always good to see. Hey. You saying there's one... Oh, yeah, the sink!
Oh, God, look at you. You're filthy. I suppose you'll want to clean up then?
Kinda worried about dirt. What's wrong?
Oh, it's just so unsanitary. Do you know how many germs are in 1 cubic centimeter of dirt?
Cubic?
70
Oh, cubic.
gajillion. Would you want that getting washed down your gullet day in and day out? I didn't think so.
Exactly. I only drink pure things. Also, I just pictured this very prim and proper woman in one of those hentai wall things where, like, they're naked and their asses are sticking out and someone's doing them from behind, but at the front their mouths are being used. If you've seen Dropout, you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh, I'd love to, darling, but the circuits that allow me to dispense water into non-organic containers burned out years ago. You'd have to...
I actually got a bit... Okay, we got... All my friends have off switches. Find the upgrade to the sink's intelligence unit. Okay. I forgot to mention, I saw the latest Witcher movie. The animated one. And it is kind of blah, actually. It's not all that great. It's not terrible either. It's just there. Very middle of the road. 1 or 2 combat scenes that were pretty good. And then a whole host of just blah. Really underwhelming, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, hold on. Hold the penis in your hand and shake it in front of my face. On. Do we have to do this again? We do. No. Yes. Shit. Alright. I am Ninja. Doodaloo. That's what we call the wiggle worm. Doubly so if you're not cut. Like yours truly. You ever seen a windsock in a gale force wind? That was it, wasn't it? Yes. Haha, but we're not done yet, apparently. No, you fool! Where is it? Says it's right here. Oh. Oh. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Hello. I suddenly realized that I don't need to sneak. I'm not doing the quest. I'm not doing the test, rather. Europeans don't have it nearly as much. It's not a big deal one way or another. I didn't realize it was such a hang-up over in the States. In both ways. Apparently there's a running joke of like hookers not messing with no windsock. You know, like... Okay, first of all, I'm glad I don't fucking pay for it. Second of all... What? Like, anyone who uses that as an excuse not to clean below the equator, what the hell is wrong with you? Alright, now I am getting mildly... Okay. I have to follow this one. Aha! You belong to me now. Dog, robot, upgrade. Tra la 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 la. He's a dog, but he's also a gun. Ah, fantastic. Oh, same. In fact, that's why I didn't get a cut. The doctors kind of were like, well, you know, it probably might help down the line. Like, and my dad was like, no, that's his decision. And he was fucking right. It was my decision. Nima had no say in it one way or another. Well, she did have say in it, mostly just to laugh at him losing his shit at the doctor. In hindsight, he's fucking right too. If there's not some obvious medical reason, then leave it be. Let the guy have that decision later on in life. Especially if it's for any religious reason. That should actually be made illegal. But that would insult our faith. Well, your faith is stupid and needs to be wiped out. So one more thing, you know? I'm okay with this. That's a weird defense. Everyone thinks it's just Jewish people, but other religions do it too. Even some Christian sects perform it, even though in the Bible there's an entire passage, I think from Peter, after Jesus' death, where he basically mocks anyone who claims to be a Christian, but still gets himself circumcised. Like, there's no reason to do this. This was like 2,000 years ago. We were having this debate. It's a piece of fucking skin. It's not gonna hurt you, and it's not gonna harm you. If it does hurt or harm you, you deal with it.
Time to fight.
Like a skin tag. What? Aha! 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 I'm putting them out of their misery, by the way. Beautiful beatdown perk. Ooh. Inflict damage with unarmed weapons. Okay. Wait, was that a Fight Club reference? Dude, what the hell? I wanted to destroy something beautiful today.
prosecutor? Dr. Klein or Dr. Boros?
Doctor...
That's all.
The fuck? And we all know that Mobius is OG brain dad bod. It's an outdated and yeah, it's a general, yeah. And of course, down the line, if he wants to do it, fine. Like, he won't care if he comes back with a tattoo or a fucking piercing. Meanwhile, if circumcision among women, that's a completely different creature, and my god, 10 times worse. Hell, there's some societies that literally sew up their pussies until their wedding night. I mean, they're few and far between in like Africa and places like that. But even if there's one person doing it, I don't care how strongly you believe in your culture. Yeah, your culture should have been changed by outside influences. It doesn't have to be Western. I mean, we mock the Chinese for the way they used to foot bind women. But you'll still have people like, if I was big enough, they would. Oh, game froze. Game froze. Oh, well, that's straightforward. At least I got the cancel option. It took long enough to freeze. I've been playing this long without a single freeze yet. That's actually kind of impressive. 2.5 hours. Hell yeah. Yeah, if I was... Oh, going right back in, by the way. If I was bigger, people would be like, oh, he wished that Western Christian white culture destroyed a proud African heritage. And I'm like, no. You fucking freaks. There was nothing proud about that. That would be like saying that we should have kept the ability to beat women with sticks in Western culture. Or, ooh, infanticide. Notice we don't do infanticide anymore. At one point it was legal. It's gone now. There's outdated ways of looking at the world that just need to be wiped out. One day people might think of that about the way we eat meat. And do you know what else? That's fair. That's 100% fair. Is there anything we can do right now? No. Especially if we're talking about people in the future, you know? But alright, for some reason this thing looks like it's in the building. When I go inside the building, it says it's not. It's outside the building. So it's above the building, like it's upstairs. Now this is a legit copy, so I should have consequences. Although there's ways around that very easily. You know what else? I might just switch over for now over to control to. What? There we go. Aha! Ooh, you're meant to find the way up yourself. Yeah, I'm sure I do. 10 years ago. Elijah's advanced. Ooh.
Time to fight.
Does it have to be? So I'll use Elijah's advanced layer. It's a space rifle from space. Ah, you defeated me with your space rifle. If only you hadn't come from space. That was powered by science. I love watching those old Mystery Science Theater episodes from like oh, crashed again. Okay, I'm asking too much of it right now. That's fair. That's fair. We're gonna go back in though. Of course we're gonna go back in. Christ. Oh yeah. Ah, an update, not towards New Vegas, but towards a mod for one of my games came in at the same time. I'm probably confused. It's very old and tender. They tried hard to convince me to do it. I said no until I finally told Doctor that there was no way I would allow them to touch my child. Absolutely, women have the worst. Yeah. In the UK and France, every once in a while you'll find, like, I think it's Somali. There's Somali cultures that practice it, and they try to push it. And people go like, oh, well, it's a bunch of women saying this. Doesn't fucking matter, and they're victims too. It's like the anti-vaxxers going on about how they're, how like, oh, I've taken the vaccine, but you still shouldn't take the vaccine. Yeah, they're victim. Really? Fast travel is not okay right now. Okay. 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 And what's more, this game wants to update. So let's just fucking update real quick and talk to you guys. Yeah, it's like the motherfuckers who, the anti-vaxxers, you know? Or they have friends who were trans who then regretted becoming trans. They never bring these people on. They never talk about these things. They never do half of this dozen different things. It's always anecdotal. It's always anecdotal. Everyone is a friend of a friend, or I've read it somewhere. Meanwhile, the UN put out reports on, like, this, that, and the other, so I think they're backing the wrong team. As for people making, there were these weird MRA connections, really, really bad faith MRA connections, connecting abortion to getting circumcised. No. Well, if you want to ban babies getting circumcised, you should also ban abortion. There's a whole lot of nope going on in that conversation. Alright, I guess we're huffing it. Where's the nearest one to them? It's here. Alright. There's always these fringe groups in society that kind of, thanks to the internet, dictate the level of, like, they try to say, like, thousands of people, millions of people, hundreds of millions of people are this or that or the other, when in reality it's just a few people on, like, a Reddit, like, forum, or they're on a Facebook group. And, like, that would be like me walking into a room and saying that, like, millions of people watch me. And they'd be like, okay. Why? How? Like, where's the... Oh, statistically, eventually millions of people will. The, what do they call it during the Trump election? The silent majority. Well, the silent majority didn't vote for you, motherfuckers, and the silent majority also got vaccinated. They want this... I think it's a growing trend among people, right-wingers in particular, of people just wanting the world to be something else than it is, and they think that if they shout it hard enough, it will, and then they don't understand when those things have consequences, like storming the Capitol. And it just, you know, it ends badly all around. And it's, you know what? It's bad for them. It's bad for everyone. But it's a little bit funny. It's a little bit fucking hilarious. And it's vindicating. Except one small factor. They don't seem to learn. They just kind of brush themselves off, come up with some excuse. Now, these are the ones that still talk. The rest run away. The only reason they'd run away is if they realized what a fucking insane mess they walked into. Well, for the rest, you know? Again, what's the... Where is this thing? Is it above me? Is it here? Is it here? I have to go up there? So I'll go up there. Oh. At this point, there might be a meme made out by people who try to convince them that air isn't real and you've been lied to all your life and all you have to do is hold your breath. And then that's it. Next time you want a UBI, you'll get it because they won't be voting anything. As horrific as that sounds, I mean, that's the level of stupidity we're talking about here. And that's probably someone's aunt, mother, wife, oh Jesus, fucking husband, son. That's somebody's someone, you know? Or maybe they are just a grumpy old piece of shit you see down in the gas station every once in a while. There's still some... They're definitely someone's son then, at the very least. If you ever can, you know? Like, don't... Try to swing them back into reality. Even if that reality isn't like them marching for BLM or anything like that, them not thinking that trans people are a part of this globalist, with giant quotations that look like Stars of David, plan to wipe out people for Satan. You know, if they can move off that point, it's a fucking start. It's like the Idiocracy. Idiocracy was made. What's going on here now? Oh, good. I was worried there for a second. Idiocracy was made as a spoof towards Americanism. But also, yeah, like, it got more and more real as the years went on after the movie came out. And for the record, the film isn't very good. The acting is very ham-fisted, and the except for what was the name of the president? It was Terry Crews, right? Who did the president? Gaspaccio or something like that.
Hostilities complete.
He was brilliant.
Time to fight.
I feel like the end of the film made no sense. Like, he gets to go to the time machine, it's just like a fucking like ride through time. Yeah, this... This is weird. But... yeah. Herbert Comanche, yes. What I think I liked, and I also kinda hate, is how they show how stupid people start to outbreed the quote-unquote smart people. Because there was a little bit of, there was definitely a little bit of, like, bias going on there. All these dumb trailer trash. There's a little bit of classism going on there. How about we have a society where trailer trash aren't a problem? Because no matter what, that couple, in comparison, the very wealthy couple who didn't have kids, they probably were never going to have kids. They weren't really good for each other. They were a little bit up their own arses, respectively. Meanwhile, the other couple was absolutely atrocious for each other, but they were so dumb. They were like, "Oh, damn, I'm pregnant again." You know? Has a very sort of like the Great Replacement vibe, which if you know what that is, holy fuck. Can I not come in there yet? Is it beyond me? Sierra Madre, trauma harness. I think one of these computers will unlock that door back there. And then I'll go down and I'll give this to Muggy later. Muggy! Muggy, with his mugs. Does he do other things? Mugs. There we go. I mean, I have to admit, there's a bias based on class to a lot of people. Anytime I think of someone who's like, trans people are wrong. Even as I was about to say that, I was about to open up with a southern accent, you know? Like, Jesus does like when the women's look like the man's and the man's look like the women's. Like, I know they're real, but it does everyone a disservice. It's also really conceited on my end. And the rest of us, because we all think to a degree that all these sort of like anti-trans people, anti-gay people, anti-woke people are all a bunch of inbreeds and bigots, and there's plenty of them. It's just the ones you really got to watch out for are the fucking like Jordan Petersons, the Ben Shapiros. So what about them? They aren't fucking they aren't inbred, and they're definitely not dumb. Even Tucker Carlson, he might be a piece of shit, but he knows how to work people. That's the scary of it. Even if he is still on the losing side. Because they know it too. Which I'm so okay with. They know they're losing. I'm just looking for an overall buff increase. Like a damage increase. Because near the end of the game, the enemies become bullet sponges. Or damage sponges. Let's do this. Lessons learned. Alright. That's how many more percentages I will... not percentages, but points I'll get per... another 47 points on top of everything else I make. What? Just puts a... Oh yeah, I've got the perk. Mines are nothing to me. Going back to the same few places over and over again. It's a thing.
Ready, steady, fighting.
Where? Where? Oh.
Stealth riff. This one looks pretty tough.
Yeah, so tough. Ah.
Time to reward myself with a little breath-freshening minute.
You don't have a breath. Also, I'd be kind of the same. I'd be... In this world, I would have been drinking tons of booze, and I'd be definitely on mentats. And buff out. Those would be the two major drugs I'd be on. Everything else? Nah. I've seen what Jet and Med-X... I mean, Med-X is just heroin. There's no other way around it. Jet is kind of like a mixture of weed and meth. And far more destructive than weed.
This one looks pretty tough.
Let's switch out to a... Ah! DNA Avenger. Studying about bonus against Tazadors. Oh, okay. That's cool. That's cool. Oh, it's a stackable one, is it? Even better. How did you get in here? See, it makes you a speed eater. Yeah, kinda. My one would... I'd have like a really strong back. And I'd also be a little tougher all around, but without the roidedness of Psycho, which just increases your damage. It just makes you more vicious.
Of hostilities complete.
But buff out? Buff out doesn't give you that. A stealth boy. Oh my god. So many more. Can I fast travel now? Well, maybe.
Ready, steady, fighting.
Anything I can get rid of. Nothing. Smashy, smashy. As for the mentats, they make you fucking intelligent and smart. Just make you quicker on your feet. All things considered, reception of literal quick. Mugs. Muggy will be pleased. Thing is, one more thing I wouldn't like to have about Jet is that it's made from farts from Brahmin. It's Brahmin farts. Whoa! She wasn't kidding.
Mission of hostilities complete.
Come at me, bros. That's a lot of fishing batteries. Bros? Broskinskis?
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
Punch. Hurt. Dead. No? Oh, fuck off! Shazbot! That is... 001... what's that translate to? 0111110. I think it's like... It's something like kill me or something like that. Yeah. Ah yes, let us eat raw soylent green. It's not soylent, it's salient green. Ah. It's basically just vegan food. Ooh. Moment of truth. I'd call them the London. Or the Landon. Eh. It's like the London. Who wants to get punched? Is it you? Chikalis. Oh, this is where, what's his name? Elijah was based. So, these are the official ones, and then this might help my conversation with Ulysses, which is happening as soon as I get my hands on this DLC's completion. Like, we'll drop off everything we don't need, pick up things we do, and then travel to the we'll travel to the Void and get Ulysses started. Is it here? Vending machine. Unlimited sugar. Who's been killing off all these defenseless robots? Was it you, Joe, the robot killer? No. No! Well, yes. I should have known. Yeah, you kinda should have. Wait a minute, wasn't I here before on the last playthrough, but now I've only appeared for the first time? Oh, I mustn't have saved. I need to turn off the generator thing. There's no way of doing that. Shit. Nope. Wine! Andavar! Ugh. Underwear. There's a... There is a flavor that I would not recommend for most people, even if the front of it has a bright wizard from the Imperial College of Altdorf with a bike and a dog. I think that's a child.
This one looks pretty tough.
Hold on, let's first of all deal with this. We get the combat music over with. Whoa! You shoot. The last thing it ever said was, "I am fine."
Less Hostilities complete.
Only the Mechanist was there to protect them, huh?
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
It's actually... Oh, shit. Beep, boop, beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, beep. Construction.
Your cooperation is requested.
I am cooperating. I'm punching you. I'm numerous punch man. Numerous punch. 3, 2, 1. Alright.
We haven't seen anybody in a while. Maybe the monsters have stealth suits too.
Maybe you found a friend. You mean you're not my friend? Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, that was for the sink, was it? Better be fucking worth it. Okay, I need to go and turn the... I'm gonna go and turn the lights on. Oh, my back is stiff. It has been getting progressively worse. I also think it's time we break out some chocolate. What do you say? What do you say, chap? Let me go and grab myself some chocolate. Do not make me rub. I'm full of chocolate. Dairy milk, caramel. It's caramel, but it's also a dairy milk. So it's milk chocolate. It's bog standard, but it's also kind of good because it's a dairy milk. Cadbury's is not too bad. It's not great either. It's better than a lot of other things, though. Linden's is nice stuff. Meh. Chocolate. There we go. Behold! Caramel. Well, doesn't look like caramel because it's been in the fridge for a few hours. Oh yeah, speaking of Landon, I've got to reach out to the man. Find out at what point does he want to do a 3 drinks minimum with me. He was on board for that shit. He probably thinks 3 drinks minimum is like what I am now. A little, a little buzzed. I wonder if he's gonna understand that I'm like, oh, so Landon, what's it like to be super smart and famous? Does it make you just want to go on a killing spree? What? Nothing. Wait, no, actually I'm doubling down on this. Does it make you want to go on a killing spree? Yeah.
This one looks pretty tough.
See? I also would a Coke. Because I said no. I always regret not asking Christian Bale like some really hard-hitting questions, but I mean I was just fucking stunned that Christian Bale was sitting next to me, for God's sake. And to this day it's not 100% sure one way or another, was that Christian Bale? A lot of things lined up, a lot of things didn't. He was indeed filming in Ireland. Delicious. Drunk Landon is hilarious. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I think I've seen him drunk. I've seen him tipsy. I don't think I've seen him drunk. I know he's a wine man, and like a proper connoisseur wine man as well. He takes his time. 90% of the wines that I've had on this stream, he'd probably be like, "Oh Jesus, how can you put that in your mouth?" You're the one who wanted to start fighting, buddy. You don't think the think tank did enough damage to you? You want to start picking fights? It's like prison. You all should work together to make this life better. I wonder if there are any prisons like that, where instead of like gangs raping each other and shivving them at the lunch line, are there like gangs where like they have like welcoming committees and shit like that? You know, like, hey, so we have this pamphlet written up. So you're in the slammer. A comprehensive guide how things aren't going to be the end of the world. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be really cool, actually. Like when you have a bunch of chimps and they're in a... You know what? Fuck it. No, I'm gonna have to take the controller out again. SpaghettiOs? No. No, I'm gonna do this right or not at all. How do I turn that thingamajig off? Go back to the Cyberdog thing? Fuck that noise. Smashy, smashy. Well, speaking of 3 drinks minimum, Krendar, which will be not next week, because I'm off to Waterford next week, but the week after,
Cessation of hostilities.
should be... He wants to talk gaming when we get drunk.
Time to fight.
If you guys know anything you'd love us to see related to gaming while having a few drinks down us, I don't know if you've seen him yet. I think he has, but I'd like him to see whoops. I'd like him to see Creepy Watson. Most of us have seen Creepy Watson, but you know.
Priorities complete.
I know, at this point I'm cheating. Fuck off. I've played this game 1,000,000 times. Then you should know what to do and find it and blah blah blah. I should, shouldn't I? Got time outside and talk to Simon?
That's all.
Who the fuck is Simon?
Aggression is increasing geometrically. Do you hear me, think tank?
Geometrically? So 1 + 1 = 2, and then 2 + 2 = 4? Yes. Wait, that's geometric, right? Or is it like 2 + 2? What is?
You require some additional.
I got the oh yeah, actually I do.
You require some additional.
Install implants. Whoa! Install implants. C13, 10% Cazador damage. Hell yeah.
Require some additional.
Install implant M5. There's a lot of caps being spent here. Jesus. What do I have? Oh no, I'm good. I'm good for the whole thing. don't know if this is a mod or what. Drinking radiation removed. Ooh. Scotch too. If prisons actually tried to help reform people instead of treating them like animals. Oh yeah. And you see in countries that do. And while they have crime, it's always lower tier or things that prisons wouldn't matter to, like politicians, for example. Hell, girl with the dragon tattoo had to do with the Swedish military contractors. And their relation to white power, the neo-Nazi groups, which tied into drug trade and all that shit. I mean, it's there. When I was wandering through Oslo, not only did I almost get mugged, but there was this guy who came up to me and was like, "Hey man, you want to buy something? You want to buy something? You know, like you want a bit of weed? You want a girl?" I'm like, "No, I spent all my money in the bar." He's like, "Bar? The bar? Where are you from? Where are you from? Can I help you out? Can I help you out, man? My man. You know, like he went back and forth. He was like I don't think he was from Oslo. He spoke to me English straight away, which was not unusual. Most people speak English in Oslo. It was very cool. They could immediately spot from like 10 miles away. Ooh, bonus HP AP from food. Okay.
You require some addition.
Two guns. Two plus 2 guns equal thumbs up booze. 2 guns, all thumbs. This guy.
We haven't seen anybody in a while. Maybe the monsters have stealth suits too.
Or maybe we're not in a place that has need for a stealth suit.
Might I be of service, sir?
Repair all. 40,000. No. Cost 13,000. Fuck that noise. Because it's unique, I guess. Upgrade. Reading smart lights. 2. Repair for 12 hours after initial exposure. Yeah, to give you a buff.
How can I illuminate you? I certainly can.
There we go. Or...
Oh, you're back. Did that trampy other light switch finally kick you to the curb?
Oh, baby, it ain't like that. You're the only light switch for me.
You bet I can. I bet that's more than that other tramp can do, huh?
Hey, baby.
How can I illuminate you? Unlike certain other light switches, I'm competent. I just love to turn those lights on for you.
5 energy cells, microfusion, available once per day.
Oh, please, please! Yep, here you go. Sorry.
You know what the sad fact is? He can process cameras, but he couldn't reach that camera. Which means the whole time he's been there, for perhaps 200 years, he's been looking up at that camera, wanting to rip it for parts, and he just couldn't. That's saying a lot.
You've been working with that biological research station, haven't you? I suppose you'll want to clean up.
Always.
You're going to need to find yourself some empties first before I can fill them for you. Any empty bottle will do. Just not too dirty. You can have as much as you like. Just, please don't put your lips on the faucet. It's so unsanitary. Between you and me, I think the Central Intelligence Unit is a bit of a snob.
Mentats, mentats. I don't have any empty bottles, so.
Well, hell.
Oh. Install the upgrades at the sink. Oh, yeah.
Greetings, citizen. Fantastic. Won't that...
Pencils removed. Replace it with lead. For the last time, kids. The lead in pencils isn't the same as lead that you... I mean, both are technically heavy in carbon, right? They're really... like, lead is incredibly dense. That's why they use it in nuclear reactors, reactive shielding, because it takes a long time for the particles to transmute. And they get dispelled. At least that's what I remember. No. The Forbidden Zone, where things are forbidden. Am I? The fuck? Am I smaller?
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
Drugs, anyone? I'll take 8. 8 drugs for you, sir. And you, sir? I'll take 12. Haha, someone wishes to gamble with fate tonight. I'll have a sparkling water, please. We do not serve your kind here. I'm only kidding. We'll get down to it. It's right out of the fridge. It's sparkling. All are welcome. Plus, we need someone sober.
I see you. Now I...
RoboWare factory key. Nope. I have to go back to Higgs Village. Again. Is that what I think it is? No. Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely a bit of chocolate. Alright. Now, you might see me as a bit of a piggy. Eating chocolate, drinking wine. But I'll have you also know that I've got crisps as well. Yeah. And I drank beer earlier. Truly. I am a creature of the living end. Hang on. turn. Sorry about that, folks. I got distracted. Your drugs have worn off. Would you like more drugs? He asks. He asks. The fool.
Uh-oh.
Motherfucker. Penis enlargers. Only $49.99. Plus postage and packaging. 100% guaranteed by the University of Shanghai. I penis, great wife, love. And more testimonies like that. Expression guaranteed. I have the key. Cheat. No escape. Requires a reference. What the fuck do you think this is? Thank you. Jesus. Now, if you don't mind, we can get on with it. Jesus Christ. I want to get it out of the big mountain as quickly as placeable. Oh! No! Well, I guess we skipped ahead a little bit.
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
Death robots. Didn't really plan for that.
Fighting over.
I think I might have fucked up the no and the flow, if you know my meaning. Really? I'm already at full health? Scientist glove! I want to keep them.
I bet no one has ever been as unnoticed as me.
There's something so sad about this. Not as much as Penny from Stardew Valley, but still, really sad. Two guns, no ammo, all heart. When a man loves two guns and a bunch of ammo, he's not loving the right guns. There. Punchy smashy, smashy punchy.
Sneaking in, fighting now.
But wait, there's less. You did the hard part first. I know. I know. Try to find any trace of Gabe in Higgs Village. I can do this! I can win! I have the power of Odin and sock puppets on my side. You all thought I was going to say something else. Bet you didn't expect me to say Andavar. Aww, he even gave Gabe his own name. Ew. Look at that low-res shit. That's from fucking Oblivion or Morrowind. Little in-game joke there. All those low-res textures belong in the doghouse. Return the bowl to Dr. Boreas. Can't do. Leave it, remove it, flay it with some sort of fire. No, I don't think I want to do the last one. Yeah, that sounds lame. Sounds really lame. Look at all this shit I have to do. Why do I have to do all these things? Do you want to get maxed out? Well, yeah, I do. I also want to eat chocolate. And tell you guys that if you're enjoying yourselves, like, share, and subscribe. Yeah. Delicious. I wonder what that guy we saw in Fallout 4's relationship to all this is. The guy who helped create the first one. Oi! Indeed.
This one looks pretty tough.
Principalas. Somebody's stuck in the past. Time to kick his ass or at least his robot dogs. Wow, wow, wow. Beep boop. You fools. You are no match for me.
Please step into the open and identify yourself.
I am powered by really cheap wine and erotic art I watched before the stream. So many booba. Like, wow. But, beyond that, we learned a lot about friendship that day. Well, I did, repeatedly. For fuck's sake, where the hell are they? Do I want to keep this? I'm only keeping these items because they're unique. They're all unique. I don't need them. In fact, I definitely don't need this. Look at all this crap. There has to be something I can get rid of. Wrench. Look at all that wonder glue. Toy cars. Teddy bear. All the snow globes I'll never be able to give to Mr. House because he's dead. Sergeant Teddy. Thanks for a module. Scrap. Rocket. Oh, I can't bring that. Scrap. Alright. Okay, another. Wow. Delicious. Too delicious. It's tempting me to eat too much of it at once.
Please step into the open and identify yourself.
No.
Law-abiding citizens have nothing to fear.
But I'm not law-abiding. I tickle buttholes when everyone's asleep. There must be a law against that.
Today, the cafeteria will be serving nothing. Because I didn't build one. No bathrooms, no swirlies, no chocolate pudding left in the chairs of brilliant minds. What are you going to do now, Richie Marcus? School is a sacred trust. Even though I am a law graduate of this hated facility. Now I see its worth, and see it was corrupted by fraternities and girls.
Oh, he's an incel. Hashtag bless. Bless him. What was that dog doing to that Securitron? Was that Fisto 2.0?
Waiting over. You're my best friend forever.
That's disturbing. I never thought we were anything more than business colleagues.
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
I'm here just thinking interesting thoughts. Hi, Red Eye. Interesting thoughts. Wow. So vague and yet so terrifying. So what's his name wants other toasters? I need to give him other toasters. Make him happy.
Abilities complete.
There we go. I mean, this, you know, these guys were like before the bombs dropped. I mean,
Uh-oh.
this guy was so obsessed with his high school years that he kind of recreated this hellscape of high school. But if you think about it, this would have been decades before the first bomb dropped. This would have been decades before the events of Fallout 1. So, oh wow. We could have had a healthcare system in America, but instead we built this. You have to admit, it's really cool. Context is kind of key here, buddy. More wine, please. Oh, yes. The chocolate really hides the fact that this is really bog standard wine. I've had way worse, but at this price. Where are we at? Who we killing? What's their access number? Ah! I was not expecting this! Ah! Ah! Daddy can't go in there right now. He's getting too many flashbacks from The Incredibles 2. You know the scene I'm talking about. Holographic boxes. Ooh. Oh, not a stash indeed. You can call it quartz? You can call it victory. I remember once in Sims 3 when I realized I could repaint every single texture. I turned my entire house into a Beetlejuice style house where everything was black and white and stripes, and oh my god, it was horrible. It was so horrible looking. Even my guy was like all black and white. It was weird. Then I saw a modder that had the same idea and made like an actual Beetlejuice house, and I was like, okay, that's way better. I like it. I like it almost as much as cheating again. The genie's out of his bottle. Let's be honest here. If we had the power, we'd do it. Wait, what the fuck? Ah. Well, there's a kennel key anyway, but where the? Oh. All right. If you're wondering why everything's changed, I drank I think the victory is a nightlight. It's lucky that I'm not French there, Red Eye, otherwise I'd say oui. Oui. Sacré bleu. Maybe my French maybe the French equivalent of low energy videos would be like anti-Irish or whatever. The thing is, go for it. But I've never heard a French person rip apart France anywhere near as much as other people. Some people are like, yeah, America's shit, England's shite, all that stuff. My country could be really cool, but it's not. French people? Oh no, they'll deflect. They'll angular, they'll be like, oh yes, I know what you're talking about, but it is not the same thing at all. You know, like, you see, we have a different way of looking at it. Motherfucker, your country sucks. It's France. There's a reason why it's a butt of jokes. My god, does it not smell like a butt. Well, New York smells like butts too. Oh, 100%. Some days. Release unusual specimen. Release the unusual specimen in the chamber. Let's go, Barbie girl. Wait. Aw. I didn't do it right. I never have clout to anyone who She-One-Head does this a lot. She'll rip apart America. Ooh, look at that for some caramel. Look at that for some caramel. Yeah. Look at that pull. Look at that gooey pull. Mm. Yeah. She never does this. She'll rip apart America from a nostril to asshole. But if one foreign person says anything negative about America, she will literally go, well hold on a second. You know? I've seen her do it. Mm. I'm back on campus already and I hate it. What's campus like post lockdown? Right, now everyone's returning to quasi-normal. And also, did you like campus before you had to leave? Data retrieval basic at the 8th terminal. Okay. Oh. Okay, now we've done it right. That's a little convoluted. Remember, this is all vanilla, so that's only... They got themselves to blame there.
This one looks pretty tough.
Night Stalkers. Why do I have a feeling that a power fist would be something that Mario would like wield? It's like you break a block and it's a and it's like a power fist and you get it, and I don't know, you just run through them rather than jump on them. We get rid of, I suppose, the turtles, but I mean, people tactically use turtles all the time. Victory trumpet! Hmm. Can we get out of here so we can get to fucking Grumpy McGrumpertson? I'm getting crippled in the meantime. Couldn't you easily fix that? I could. My counter argument is, I'm lazy. Doobie-doo. fucking die! No. I'm not meant to leave yet. So let's spend this time doing erotic things like taking drugs and performing surgery. Dr. Wasteland, MD. Doodle-doo-doo. Tonight. On ABC. Doodle-doo. Actually, it wouldn't be ABC. It would be like the what was Quincy on? Does anyone remember what what network Quincy was on? Like when it originally aired, not when it became the rerun nightmare that terrorized many a retirement home. Because wasn't Jag Fox at one point? And you'd always see that at retirement homes. Which was so weird. Motherfucker. Alright, that's what Dr. Wasteland should be based in. That whatever network Quincy was on. This is a comparison. And then maybe at the end of it, Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman. That trifecta of 90s doctors. Very bland, very white, and very, very milquetoast. I say that, but I remember Dr. Quinn really well. Hell, the guy in the Mountain Man Last of the Mohicans outfit, my ma had a huge crush on him, I remember that. It's something I used to tease her about. I look back and I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it. He's swole and he's harmless, I guess. Kind of reminds me of those Harlequin romance novels of like a guy with long flowing hair and giant biceps holding the woman on the front cover. Don't worry, I'll protect you from the big bad world out there with my giant forceps. More wine is in order. Gee, do you think they hit anyone? Are you lost? Silence! Yes. I don't look bad. Go back the way you came. Okay. Stand in the corner for 5 minutes and have a glass of wine. Okay. Should I top up? Yes. Man, I have such a positive outlook on education opportunities in life. Okay, hold on. I'm back in campus. It's not the COVID regs I hate, it's the staff and students. Only people I like are those in the classroom. Outside the environment, I hate it, and yes, I hated it before. Well, be glad that we're back in normality, I guess. That's the only thing I can say. Other than that, you know, if you have the power, try to change it. Isn't there a campus committee, a student body you can go to if you think you can change it? Something tells me you've already gone down this route, but I mean, I'm just saying the standard stuff, right? Failing that, don't forget, college is transitory. Everything's transitory, but college is transitory, so you know. Ah, there you are, you little pricks. Richie likes balls.
That's all.
That has to be one of the saddest things ever. He would have put this up himself. Ball storage. Where he has balls. Look at all these balls. There are many balls. You shouldn't be scared of balls. Activate institution. Advance? I have to do it again? Oh, okay. Cool. Can this be the last time I have to redo the same 3 areas over and over again? That'd be really nice. And in fairness to school last year, so I got senior. Well, look, if you got last year, just look at the have you asked the freshmen, like the people just in off the bus, what their like how they're thinking about it? Hell, if anything, give them some fucking pointers. You know, like they're just starting off. They have no fucking clue of what the next few years of their life is going to be. You don't either, but you know a few of the simple steps that are coming in. And the mindsets, the amount of mindsets that can be changed by someone who's done it all coming in going like, listen, this is going to be shit in a lot of ways, but it's also going to be fun if you let it. You know, like it's... I know some people were like, oh, that's condescending. It's also kind of universally true. I mean, if you've got to go through a thing, you know, if you have any power over it, if you have any sway over it. Plus, a bad attitude going into anything is going to result in a bad attitude.
Time to fight.
Let that... Dr. Boris. Let that shitty attitude coalesce naturally. And it will. If the place is truly shite, it will. I always remember in every college, every school I've ever been to, whether I was a guest, whether I was there, whether I popped in to pick something up for someone, anyone who didn't make it, let it get to them, were the ones that people liked. Beyond that, you know, like... It's gonna be true, like, for a lot of those kids coming out of it who have their first jobs, like their first major jobs. Assuming they can get a job that they want. You know, they're gonna have to put up with a whole new series of, like, experiences that they're probably not gonna be prepared for. But if you, for example, have done a job that they might have to deal with, then, you know, just be like, hey, if something goes A, something goes B. Don't get me wrong, if someone's fucking you over, you stand up and you say, like, hold on, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Like, how dare you talk to me like that? How dare you act like this? If you're in, like, a group project and someone's up pulling their weight, yeah! If no one else is saying it, you should stand up and say it. Also, don't become too eager for that either, because then you become the dick that no one likes. And you know what else? Who cares if they don't like you? It's college. It's like saying no one likes you in high school. Everyone says that, like, just rolls off the tongue, but same rule applies in college. It sucks. I mean, all these organizations suck. When I went to community college, like, it was far more lax, but there were still shit things I didn't like about it. Absolutely. I was the last generation that had, for example, a lot of the humanities before it was stripped out and became a technical college. Eventually, the technical side of it bought off the college altogether, and now it's an outsourcing group for, like, IT work. Like, the college itself is gone. But I remember us gathering in the place that eventually became a new IT center, and we're complaining about it. And we all decided on jack shit. None of us did. But had we all decided on something, you know, it would have assuming we wanted to keep the college around. I don't know if we wanted to keep the college around. There was a lot of really cool things about it, but a lot of crappy ones too. It was just a place. As for an actual like college with like campuses and dorms and lectures and fucking section and things like that. All these things I know of and I've even snuck in on. But I mean, it's hardly the end of the world. Would you just die so I can get my level up? Thank you. Anyone else? Didn't think so. Is that it though? Like, is that it? Like, is that it? Can I leave Big Mountain now, or at least go through the final mission of Big Mountain so I can go on to the Honest Hearts? Because I'd really appreciate that. Second unit in Fort Bragg. Ooh, sounds like a good story right there. They asked me how to successful. I told them what not to do. Oh, always. Everyone is always going to fuck up. But if you can turn around and go like, you don't want to step there when that's designed for you to fuck up. Despite everything knowing I hate and wanting to leave the army, I still told young soldiers they can tolerate the BS, milk the army as tactfully as they can. Yep. There's a lot of pros working in the military, from simple practical things like they're going to tone your body up like all hell, to no, I don't have to do it again. Why do I have to do more of it? Retrieve the terminal data. Is that it? All I have to do? Yes. No. We're done. We're done. Jesus Christ. Alright, so we got a plus 10 to Night Stalkers. That's awesome. And we are now level 50 and now level 100 in everything. But this is our last ever level up, as far as I'm aware, anyway. Oh, I have to make sure it's worth it. Your story pass is fun for Mary, causing everyone thought you died. Your karma is reset and you inflict 10 damage for every 100 points of karma you gain. Immune to critical hits. What? What does that mean? My karma will be reset. Okay, that's fantastic. But will my relationship to like the NCR and the like be reset? Your story passes full memory, causing everyone thought you died. Karma is reset. You inflict 10 points extra of damage, which I want, and for every 100 points of karma, you gain 10 health. Also means critical hits. And I am signing with the NCR, which is always a positive in terms of karma. So, alright.
I bet no one has ever been as unnoticed as me.
Let's have a look at my let's have a look at my karma list then. Idolized. Boomers, idolized. Brother of Steel, liked. Vilified Caesar, liked. Idolized. Idolized. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I just have to do good things in the future again, which is plenty of things still left in this game. Wait, what? Tough love. Well, when you're breaking people down, like the performance of Orc waiting to eat Merry and Pippin, but compared to how he's in the book, it seems a very questionable challenge. I think they wanted to come across as a. Here we go again. I think we are. No? On a force field. Oh, okay. Basic test then. Fine. Ah, there we go. There you go. So I wasn't really cheating after all. I was just a feckin' Egypt. Okay. So this weapon now just fucks up force fields. I don't remember the character in the book. I remember a orc wants it. But don't forget how they've redid the orcs. The orcs are more like these sort of slimy, scummy sort of things. They're like crawling along, giving into their base instincts, while the Urukai are like these professionals, sort of like, we are warriors who only wish to do battle and kill the weak. They're still orcs at heart, so they're like dumb. But, ow. I don't know, in the setting of the, the movie, it made sense. But in the book, yeah, if I remember right, it does seem kind of coming out of left field. But then again, like, making characters was never... Fuck you, you fucking piece of fuck. There, Jesus Christ. Fuck. But if I remember right, like, making characters was never a major issue. A major strength of Tolkien. He made like the basics of characters, and then everyone else who came after kind of implied or
Injecting stim pack.
I love doing that. Okay, enough out of this weapon. You want to get up close and personal? Fair enough. Motherfucker. Yeah, I mean, like, interpretation is key here. Some interpretations, I think... Alright, here's a good example. I don't remember much of Theoden in the books. He's definitely a character. He's definitely a... Like, he's definitely a person with his own, you know, his own likes and dislikes, strengths and weaknesses. But I don't remember him nearly as much as the guy who played him in the movie, you know? How he portrays himself in the movie. If you remember, if you are a part of my Discord, which if I do believe there, you are at least, okay, what's all this? Oh, okay, come back around this one. I asked the question, like, people don't act like people in the in like a lot of fantasy settings, and it's true, they don't. They act like our ideals of people. Let's have a look. Peter Jackson made the change because the old footage of the orc wobbling around was anticlimactic. Oh. Well, I suppose it would have looked anticlimactic. Again, he has to make those changes based on cinema, on screen. That makes sense. I don't look at those films and think, wow, they did a lot of Lord of the Rings justice. I think they had the theme of it justice. A sort of like a... If people... Alright, here's a great example. If anyone's watched Avatar, The Last Airbender, there's a scene where they see a troupe of actors recreating every scene of the... not every scene, but the majority of the scene of
cessation of hostilities.
Their journey up to that point, and you know they're making references on it. They're making comparisons on it, and sure enough, I thought that was a very good representation of someone's from that world, seeing that and understanding what the hell they're talking about. I think if Frodo saw the Lord of the Rings films, he'd be like, well, it wasn't quite that grim, I must be honest with you. He'd be very sort of... He'd sound very sort of charming and sophisticated. And, well, he'd roll the high charisma, but not in like a sexual way, just in a sort of like charming way. You know, a simple, charming, straightforward way. He would have... however, being like, well, yes, we did do this, we did do that, and I wasn't there for those parts, you know, like... It always reminds me of that old thing from DeviantArt, where it was like, every character sees how DeviantArt represents them, and it's just like they're looking at a computer screen, it's all these little cubes, and each one of them. The best one, I think, either had to be Vosh, and he's just there eating like some weird snack, and shut up, Mom! I'm lucky how cool I am! As in Vosh the Stampede from Trigun. Or Vosh. No, I agree with that change. Yeah, they did the main soul of... Yes. But especially, I think the farthest away they got of it before the Hobbit film came out was the third film. I think in the third film, they hit off all the notes, but my God, did they take some liberties with it. And it's alright that they took some liberties with it, because it works well as a film. But of course, Puritans will say this, that, and the other, and I'm like, look, ignoring all that, was it a good film? And their response will be, it's not as good as the first one. So you think the first one was good. You think the second one was good. Now, what if Star Wars was a book first? Yeah? These things are fucking circular. Like, and at the end of the day, you can make the crappiest film on the planet, and I guarantee you, one person will like it. Tommy Wiseau is a great example of that. We like it. We don't like it for the reason he wanted us to like The Room, but we like The Room. We like Birdemic. Was it... And both of which eventually realized they could lean in on that to get what they want done. As for movie to books, oh sure, sometimes the author and the movie clash. Not J.K. Rowling. Roald Dahl. Roald Dahl hated Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. He hated how Willy Wonka. How he shouted at the kid at the end of it. How everything was a musical. How everything, like, how full of himself I think he was. He hated the film. But was it a bad film? No. It's a very good film. It's an iconic film. There's a criterion of it for a reason. But you talk to the author, he had some things to say. Not good things. The same with The Witcher. The guy who made, was it Andrew Waska, whatever the hell his second name is? He does not like modern, ever since CD Projekt Red came to him and bought the rights off. Holy shit. He took them to court and lost too. Because he actually gave them the rights. He didn't think about it. He didn't sit down with his lawyers and go, should I? Shouldn't I? You really shouldn't, mate. If you want to have any creative control, that's what George Lucas did when he signed over to Disney. He understood that he was giving over creative control. But he doesn't mind. At this point in his life, Star Wars to him is done in a lot of ways. Which, that's fair. It's his baby. Yeah, the Stephen King and The Shining too. I didn't. Oh, that's right. Yeah. One of my few criticisms is how Mordor and Gondor got less developed than Isengard and Rohan. Yes. Mordor is an entire region of Middle Earth, and Gondor is the premier human country, while Rohan is like Finland. You know, like it's a country. It's worth looking at, but is it gonna take this much? No. I heard Stephen King has bad taste in film. Yeah, but of course that's the key thing. It's his taste. I think the movie's called. It won an Oscar, August County or something like that. Had a huge cast of people. We're talking about, I think, Meryl Streep was in it, and Julia Roberts, and tons of other people. But what was it? August Orange or something like that. The point is, it was a very cool film, but the premise of it, the setup of it, is that a very well-to-do author is talking about to a few days before he dies, talking to a woman who's like giving a biography on him, doing an interview on him, and she said, "What do you say about people who say that the movies changed your works?" And he quotes Stephen King, saying, "Look at those things behind you there. They aren't going nowhere. But the movies are out there too for people who want them." It's true. I liked Carrie better than on a screen, better than I liked it on paper. I've seen lots of things that only later was I like, oh shit, that was Stephen King, or that was Del Toro, or I would say that with Tarantino if he had some fucking chill about it. But every 5 seconds he has to jam his face onto the front of it or his name on it. Kojima too. Kojima is someone who, I don't know why, but he is obsessed with getting his name shoved into everything that he's a part of. He couldn't just be cool in the corner, going like, hey, anyone who spots me, good on them. Cyberpunk, I wouldn't have known he was in Cyberpunk, except for the fact that it was advertised everywhere. He shows up, he's in like a role for like 5 seconds. Meanwhile, what was it, Woo's Stronghold, that old game from the 360, where was it like John Woo, where he had like a special attack where you take out guns and fire either side. And when it does, doves fly out everywhere. It's Wu who is the when you go into the main menu, you go into settings, and they play it up like a bar, but it's like a shop, and you use the points you get in game to purchase like the behind the scenes and the concept art. Stranglehold, that's the name of the game, not Stronghold. It's very over the top. It's very crazy, and I absolutely love it. Or I love playing it. I remember that. I don't know. I could go back playing it now and like, it had a sort of Max Payne without being too up at its own ass about it. Like, he makes an appearance there. I mean, people will look at a medium, whether it be remember the 70s when they tried to have entire storylines based in like musical operas? Look how well that did. But for the most part, mediums exist, and mediums are really, really like, they could be considered really popular. Even if they're not popular, it doesn't matter. The point is, if it's the right medium for the right amount of people, they will go and watch it. And then, you know, you could say, oh, this is inspired by this book. They read the book, and they're like, oh, this is shite. It doesn't negate them having a good time watching the book. The real issue is, what if two messages are being told? I have to get up and close my window. But before we go on with the game, imagine if there is a book that's completely against the idea of war, and it's done in the form of a young kid who gets swept up in the whole idea of war, and then gets sent off to fight, and he realizes how horrific it is, and he goes back and he tries to tell people, and they just don't understand how just nightmarish the war is. And then the movie comes out, and the movie shows how great it is to fight a war. That's when the movie adaptation, the book adaptation, the TV show, whatever, the game, that's when you have to start going, hold on a fucking second. No, that's when you should really get pissed off. But I mean, if people are just like, they like a film about elves and dwarfs and hobbits and the Dark Lord and all that shit, but it has to do more with like explosions and battle scenes and people who they wonder what they look like naked so they can fan fiction about them, go for it. Fucking go for it. I mean, anytime you see something on a D&D book that gets turned into a TV show or movie, that's that. Like, that's happening.
Have you come? The lobotomite returns.
Anyway, I could say sorry for my ramble, but it's me.
In its horrid mind. What commie anti-American propaganda will it spew?
It.
What? Why, yes, it is. I used to leave it outside his doghouse, chock full of chems, before the cybernetic modifications, of course. And no matter how chemmed the food, he would always eat it, and his tail would wag, even while you know, I'm having the most perplexing feelings squiggling through my body.
He did horrible things to Gabe.
Pin it down. Why, yes, Gabe. No matter
Gabe
how awful
Newell.
the day had been, he was always waiting there. How odd. My gel is decoagulating. And when I would talk to him about Betsy, and how Marcus would beat on me and call me Smarty's sissy pants, he'd just sit there, head on my knee, and... If you don't mind, I'll take that bowl. Just need to remove it. Put it away, somewhere out of radar range. For some reason...
How will you grab it?
...to the crater shape of Big Mountain is starting to fill up all available cognitive spaces. That, combined with my own overwhelming feeling of having done something terrible. The two were hitting me with...
I love the idea of just handing it to him and it just falls to the ground, like clink clink. I'll pick that up later.
As odd as it is, I believe that is the conclusion. And I wonder why it didn't hit me before. Until I saw that memory in your hands. This sensation is unpleasant.
He's one of the doctors from the Plague Dogs. Don't watch that film. No, it's okay, I've seen a Serbian film. I've seen a Serbian film too. Don't watch that film either. The same reasons. Only difference is just dogs.
Cross it down. Push it into the loop. Yes. Forgotten. Almost. Yes. I do not need to remember anymore. Not today.
I don't need to know about the consequences of my actions. Consequences sound too much like commutations. Even by my standards, that's a bit... I think I did a horrible thing to a dog.
Did you retrieve the technology? Oh, yes, the last visitor. Well, the one just before you. Had an interesting name from some language that's almost impossible to speak.
Impossible.
What did we speak about? Melancholy fellow. Had questions about history, but our conversation got interrupted. Twice, I believe. Once when the trains got derailed, and then a second time. Oddly enough, now that I'm accessing my databanks, I don't recall what the second time was. Mobius's incessant transmissions keep distracting me. Also, we didn't brain scrub the visitor. He may have left us some knowledge he shouldn't have. I believe, maybe. Oh well, I'm sure it's of no consequence. I don't make many mistakes in calculation or perception, so probability favors me.
Wow, somebody's somebody would do fantastic in Vegas. If I cover the spread, then I won't lose any money.
Did you retrieve the...
That's like people who, oh, what was his name? Dylan Roof, the guy who went on the killing spree, the incel, the supreme gentleman. He said that before he died, if I remember right, he went and got himself a like, was it $300 worth of lottery tickets, because he thought that's how odds worked.
What? You did? Your survival, let alone success, barely registered in my projections. Now, all I need to do is check my transmission databank. Mobius is always filling it up with his psychotic calls. Oh yes, there's the schematics, just like you said. How truthful. Yes. 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 No. I mean, yes. You just need to analyze these technologies for a moment. They are extremely advanced, you know? I know how these technologies work. Of course I know. If you remember, we described them in clearly abstract, contradictory statements before. Why would we do that if we weren't certain on how to use them? Yes. So let me... a bit. I'll figure it out.
I love that line. The antenna fucking breakdown pattern. Antenna, any chance it was damaged or broken by the extra array?
So you're saying It's the X2 array, not the antenna I should be examining. That was most likely my plan, yes. Let me check something. Of course, I have it. The override sequence to open the Forbidden Zone door is hidden in the schematics. Well, not hidden. It's actually right there, behind the programming equivalent of coffee stains. It's embedded in what seems to be recursive code. It's badly commented there and there. Oh, and null pointers very sloppy, Mobius. You see, using the antenna to boost the emitter's sonic frequency and the stealth suit to bypass the Forbidden Zone.
Let's see if he taught when we're done. I want to check that myself because it's not the Orson Welles accent.
I'd truly surprise myself. The door is open, and now Mobius will get his.
How you doing there, Skep? By the way, Skep, we need to get you on the show at some point. We still got a few slots open for this month. But give me a second, let's see. Dr. Klein. Old World Blues. Voice actor. If he is the same guy, Jim Ward, I don't think so. He looks familiar in a different way. Pinky and the Brain voice actor. Our Brain. No, Maurice LaMarche is the Brain, and Rob Paulson was Pinky. Jim Ward is Klein. Let's have a look at what he did. He was the river spirit in Spirited Away. That's kind of cool. The headmaster in Avatar. Oh, the one from the Fire Nation when they're going to discipline the child. Okay, that's pretty cool. Biker mice from Mars? Jesus. Justice League Action Brain. Well, he's a Brain in Justice League Action. By the way, you ever want to see Maurice LaMarche at his best? Doug Walker's retrospective of Pink in the Brain, he gets them to, both of them, to play, like to read out a script that he had made for them. Oh, it's glorious. Tough secret. New Looney Tunes. He plays Squint Eastwood. Or Eatswood. My Life as a Teenage Robot. Crackus. Mighty Mouse. I don't know a lot of these things. Film. A Bug's Life. And 3. Oh, great. He plays one of the hyenas in Lion King. Oh my god, he's played so many bit roles. My god. What's he most famous for? He's retired as well. Ward was co-host of the Stephanie Miller Show, liberal radio talk show. Numerous impersonations of political figures and other celebrities. Oh, that's kind of cool. He did a lot of voice work for Ratchet and Clank. He plays Leslie Quark in that. Oh no, Captain Corpius. Oh, I remember this character. The character, the sort of Zap Brannigan guy from Ratchet and Clank. He plays him. He fucking plays Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Yes. He also plays Wolverine, the X-Men, Professor Xavier. Oh, dude. Oh no! This doesn't end well. He's still alive, but in 2021 it was reported Ward had developed symptoms of Alzheimer's and contracted a severe case of COVID. So he had to. That's why he retired. Fuck. Oh man. After the old guy from Up died and everything. just a day or two ago. He was also Paddy's dad, Count Dracula in the Super Mario Super Show. Yes, that one. You're going to hell before you die. Oh, this guy, oh god, he's a veteran to say the least. When was his first role? Doesn't say. This is a really bad. Yeah, it's very depressing news. But I'm now wondering when his first one is. Like 88, 1988, 95, 97. He's probably getting his start in the 80s. Video games? He plays Tokugawa Ieyasu in Age of Empires 3. Game we played on this channel. A lot of... Destroy all humans. Arvoodle of the Sacred Crotch. Wait, isn't that the main... You're like your boss throughout the most of the game? No? Okay, that's the sequel. My bad. Diablo 3, plays by L. Dirge of Cerberus, Final Fantasy 7. Incidental characters. Oh yeah, no, he just basically plays like a lot of these ones I'm looking here. He just plays people. Like he just plays generic people. And for this, he plays Dr. Klein, the Sync Unit, and the Autodoc. Which I knew he played the Autodoc. It sounded familiar. Wait. Oh my god. The 2003 action-adventure game for the PS2, the GameCube, The Hobbit. He plays Gandalf. It's all the little things that... Oh, he was in Nuclear Strike. See what the fuck I'm saying? Like, it's the little things. All of them had to be done by someone somewhere at some time. And those are people too. Oh, that man is a fucking trooper. He's one of the Longbeards sitting at the fucking feast table, staring down the young fucks who come before his lord. I don't know who his lord would be, but... That's been filling me with both happiness and sadness. Alright. Happiness or sadness? He's playing a character in the game I should play. It's like when I played Command & Conquer and I found out that the guy who played Stalin died. That year. Only like 2 months prior before playing it. Hey there, Raisin. Well, hopefully he forgot how bad the COVID was. Oh, boo! Scare! Boo. Not sure any of y'all have read, watched. No, my view is this. Is a better antagonist. Okay. It won't be me who responds with positives or negative on that. I have no idea what that is. Don't these items seem more biologically photosynthesized than that?
Biological? Ridiculous. I mean, technically, these items could all be used to put you back together once you had your brain. But for now, they can be used in the name of aggression. The door should be unsealed. I
was watching the Ken Burns Vietnam documentary.
Science. Deliver this message, and Big Mountain shall be freed from Mobius's reign of terror. You can go now. That's your cue.
Farewell! Well, no, it's not farewell. Just talk to him again, at least once more. But, onwards. Onwards, Christian soldiers. Fucking. Fuck. Penis to vagina. Consensual lovemaking. Ow, and of course it blew up in my face. Because why wouldn't it blow up in my face? Over and over and over again, my friend. Ah, good. You actually have someone you can talk to about this. Maybe it's bigger than I thought. I don't know. I need to get back into anime. Recently only saw the Witcher, the animation on Netflix. I'd say I'd give that a 5. I was surprisingly shocked by the level of retconning they went on there. I don't mind if retconning. Shh. Not around me. Motherfucker. There we go. Fool, you cannot hit what you cannot see. I will turn you into snacks that I will send to King Cobra. What's up, guys? It seems I've got some robo-scorpions. You'd eat them too. Probably like them. Live action interpretations are always lame. No, I am thinking of a hardcore, like, what was a good live action anime, and there's only one that comes to mind. What was the name of the anime? It's set in the 60s. It's set on a military base in Japan, American military base in Japan during the Vietnam War, and it has to do with vampires and like ghouls, and this girl who's wearing black and she has to like infiltrate the school. They did a live action and they did an animated version. I think both are at least equal as good. I don't remember what that anime was called. I actually had the DVD and everything. It was like something Blood or something like that. It was a very generic name. It's probably why I don't remember. If anyone can be like, oh yeah, it's here's Mobius. Oh, hi, Mobius. You all Mobius and shit. I'll come back to him in a second. I want to I want to grab the last of the yeah, the last audio one should be around here, right? There it is, right there in front of me. Aha! Alright, here we go. And here's our big baddie Mobius. Ooh, Dr. Mobius has got 3,000! Jesus Christ. Blood Rain or Rain or something. Sounds about right, but Blood Rain is the name of like this 90s very over the top PlayStation game where you're playing as a vampire lady who gets woken up in the 1940s to fight Nazis in Paris. I think Gargoyles in that story arc they never followed through in, which, dude, I wanted that story arc so goddamn badly. Gargoyles helped fight the Luftwaffe in Battle of Britain. Oh, that's a lot of mentats. Never really thought about it, to be honest. Each had their own flavor. Never pay much attention to. Ah. Well, that's the only one I can think of. This new remake of Cowboy Bebop, you know, the greatest anime of all time, it's going to be a bit. It's not going to be as good. It's probably not going to be as good. But is it going to be good? Maybe. I like the actress who's going to be playing Faye. She's been responding to her critics. Sorry, it's in my throat. The Quarter Ring, who has been throwing some shade her way and has been so embarrassed about the blowback he's been getting that he deletes the tweets afterwards. I feel sorry for whoever is in charge of his tweets when he's drunk, and I'm serious, he has someone who has that. I think it's his wife or his ex-wife or something. I don't know. I mean, like, you're gonna have to ask Rich from Review Tech about all that nuances. But I like whoever she is. I don't know a damn thing about her, but I like how she's been responding to it. It's like, yeah, I can't really be like the character in a cartoon who's like 7 foot and has no ass and has giant tits and can like pose and like and do battle scenes in incredibly sexy outfits. Sorry, I think she looks good. I think she looks like a Faye Valentine. I don't think she looks like the Faye Valentine, but I think she looks fine. I mean, no one seems to be giving a shit that the guy with the giant robot arm, the mechanic dude, is fucking black. Or that Spike Spiegel, who is meant to be white, is Asian. No one seems to be giving a fuck about any of this except the fact that they have a woman who does not 100% live up to their idea of what Faye was meant to look at, aka their porn. For cartoons. They're cartoon porn. No, she's not going to live up to that. It's a shame. I know. Moment of silence for your dicks. But you could still enjoy it. I'm more worried about the storylines. It's definitely going to suck, but will it suck? I'm very dubious on Bebop. And when you say you're very dubious on Bebop, are you very dubious on Bebop for its, like, as a whole? Or are you very dubious on Bebop just for the live action? Because the live action is... that makes sense.
Preposterous! Not an angry bone in my body. Have them all removed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hello there. You are there, aren't you? Forgive my confusion. So hard to tell these days. You seem familiar somehow. I'm guessing you're here for your brain, perhaps? It's just up there. Such a nice brain, young, very bright. A little hard to see you. Can you walk into my left, right FOV coon? Ah, that's it. You're coming into
FOV for...
Depth perception is a problem with this old monitor of mine. Went black a while ago. That's old age for you.
should look at getting.
He could have resaid. He could have said that in a slightly different way,
Just
but
that the
yeah.
right eye would see the wrong things. Flying tortoises were the worst. Would you care for a mentat?
Oh, thank you.
I love mentats. Delicious and smarty. I have all sorts of
I wonder what Smarty tastes like. Oh, like mint. Alright. Alright, I can get behind Smarty. Or green tea.
Especially with the data constipating my memory core. Afraid binary streams might shoot out my chassis. Had to start using the dome floor and walls here to inscribe equations, although I've somewhat lost track of where they start and end.
Oh dear.
Really? That implies preconceived notions, theories, and a hypothesis about this meeting? Please extrapolate. What was I supposed to be like? After all, it might be worth a cognitive realignment if your theoretical Mobius is better than I.
I want my... I hope there's a scene where we get to see a Corgi in 0G doing this with its little tiny legs, you know? That's what I want to say. And it's not even focused on. That's the key thing. I don't want it even to be seen focused on. I just want it to be in the background. Maybe there's a scene where someone's talking on the phone, and in the background you just see like, I need my brain back.
Do you? You seem fine without it.
True.
And does it even want to go back with you? Maybe you should ask it. It's quite independent, has all manner of opinions.
I didn't know my...
Leave it up
does
to
change
your
it.
brain. If it wants to go, then fine. If not, well, you should respect its wishes.
True. My brain probably is not a big fan of how I've been treating myself.
Oh, curiosity. I experience that less now that I know everything. Oh, maybe it was when I found out some unpleasant answers.
If you ask that question, then you don't know the answer. Can't fix your mouse strip. You're getting ghost receptor. Can fix that.
The ghosts aren't real? That changes everything. Why, I can save my computing power for other perceptual unpossibilities.
Unpossibilities.
Be my guest. The receptor is there, and the side-switching wobbly bob, just turn that. Good, good, better. Oh. Oh, yes, that feels wonderful.
Are you sure you don't want me to get Dala in for this one?
Afternoon mentats break.
Why did you steal my brain?
Oh, a variety of raisins. You're something of a homily. The anomaly?
Sometimes they say things,
Quite special. You see, you are the most successful.
and I know why they do it, but they never explain it in game.
A victim of your own success, as it were. If you were to go back with what your brain knows about the procedure, well, your brain could be popped back in and you could walk right out of here. Can't have brains moving around of their own volition.
Sometimes they say things that don't make sense, like the way he said raisins. It's because how they think is turned into code, but sometimes they fuck up the word, but the word still gets pumped out anyway. It's like when you type, and you sometimes make like a typo or a flub line, or you just don't know how to spell a word. It's a nice little touch.
I'm not sure, except that I'm sure there's a very good reason for it.
Raisin.
I have
Raisin! Yay!
almost everything I do.
Raisin girl.
Even if I forget them occasionally. Although I feel this one is especially important. Oh well.
Also, can I just say, I am looking forward to at least mildly checking out Cowboy Bebop. Hope to be pleasantly surprised. But when the fuck are we going to get our Outlaw Star? live action. That is what I would fucking die for. Oh my god. Cowboy Bebop, but 40% more fan service and 20% more in-jokes and tongue-in-cheek moments. Mwah. Mwah. That makes me want to drink. Andavar. Remember, folks, if you like raisins, Andavar, and the idea of fan service, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check that bell is on. Check out our Discord and our Twitter. And if you couldn't throw us anything this week, it would be a big help. As next week, I've got a little trip coming up. A little bit of money, I wouldn't say no to. Not a requirement. Always welcome. Never I want Trigun. I was thinking last night, who would be a good Trigun? Like, who would be a good Voster Stampede? And there's a few names that come to mind. Number one, if it was set in the 90s, laugh if you wish, Owen Wilson. If he wasn't so buff, I also think that, what's his name? John Cena. The idea is that you're meant to have a guy who looks... He looks noticeable, right? He walks into town, people turn their head. They see this guy in this long, flowing leather red trench coat. Giant spiky hair. Tiny versions of these glasses. And, you know, he's got a huge-ass motherfucking gun. But then you talk to him for 5 seconds and he's a fucking dork, right? It's pretty solid. I get this. Then, halfway through it, bam. Death cannon that he cannot control. He's terrified. He's pleading for you to get away. And he just annihilates an entire, like, civilization. Tonal shift. You need to find someone who, I think, skinny. Skinny to a little toned. Not like Tom Holland level of skinny. A little bit of bulk. But the idea is that he comes across as goofy, but he can play absolute terror, fear, regret, like, oh fuck, I just blew up that hospital. I ain't done it again. And like 10 minutes earlier, he's like, well guys, can we get something to eat? Less enthusiastic, Andavar. Lame. Make it happen, universe. I don't know, nowadays you'd be able to pull off. Maybe the guy who plays Dandelion in The Witcher. The one who wrote the, no. Toss a coin to your Witcher, oh Valley of Plenty. He could do that. What about Full Metal Alchemist? That would need an ensemble. A very good ensemble.
I find things curious as well. Go on. Well, every scientist needs an army. Mine came to me after these rather large scorpions kept coming in from the desert.
Doesn't all have to be Western either. You can have Asian actors, African actors, South American actors, so long as they fit the part. And they all speak the same language.
As a reward for their tenacity. Then I thought, what if they shot energy bolts and acted as walking eyes and data-drained computers and acted as bullhorns? Then I made them bigger. Then I thought about custard. I do so love custard. Or was it mustard? Mustard custard. I miss sugars and salts.
I got weird anime. It's like Golden Boy. I remember Golden Boy. Jibba's Cutie Honey. I've heard of Cutie Honey. Antenna. Ralph's uniform. I like Death Note too. Yeah, like there's a lot of anime out there, clearly older animes that could really. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, Akira. I can't believe I didn't even think of this, because they tried Dragon Ball, and it was so badly done that people won't be touching that for a long time. When they eventually do it again, they'll probably do it right, honestly. Look at the Hulk. Look how they did the Hulk bad. The original Hulk film. Or the Fantastic Four films. If you noticed after a while, there wasn't any more. Even though, in all fairness, it's a very easy thing to do right. But for Akira, we're talking about Cyberpunk, which is, I don't know if it's in, but it's currently trending. It might be untrending a little bit, that's fair. I mean, anyone who banked on the 1980s and early 1990s obsession with Australia was probably regretting it by the end of the decade. That episode of The Simpsons kind of summed it up best. The thing I want to see, though, is, like, if they do Akira, they have to get the body horror right, they have to get the level of absurdity right, and they have to get, there's no other way to put this, really young Japanese actors. This is a case where if I see a single white person in it, I'll be like, oh, come on, the fuck off with that. This is one of those few cases where, like, I'll be really, really angry if they try to whitewash anything. I mean, I'm always kind of angry if they try to whitewash something. But, I mean, like, I'll be extra like, what the fuck are you doing? This isn't set in Neo New York. You want Neo New York? Fucking have a sequel to Escape from New York. Escape from Chicago after the fall. Oh, that could have worked. It's a bit late for that now. Give it a few decades and that's going to be society. I'm kind of shocked that people are talking about Kenshin. Let's go to Netflix. How's that live action? Assume that Gem was lost at time. A lot of guys know about Samurai X. About Kenshin. Hey, you ever want to throw out some crazy ass anime ideas? Don't forget we have our Discord. There's a few old takus, not just otakus, but old takus in the chat, and especially if you get to speaking to Elf King. Elf King and I, we tight, we good, okay, we very good, and Elf knows their fucking weeb shit. You'll have many an hour to talk, and. As for me, I watched a few things in my time. I never invested in anime nearly as much as I did. One great source of anime is Bennett the Sage. His stuff is just anime abandoned. Mwah! YouTube, check that shit out.
Yes, this is getting interesting. You are just filled with these little slices of curiosity. Oh, I was probably tripping hard on Psycho when I sent that. Had to work myself up to it. Not usually violent, except when I am. Then, watch out! So many chems, such varieties. Whenever I take Mentats, I can feel my entire chassis breathe like a big spherical lung. As for the Psycho, sometimes get the chem dispositories in my tank all switched up. Go in the wrong tube. Still, served its purpose. Did I? Maybe I did. Can't have them leaving. Is some reason for it. Ethics or, science? You and your brain are quite alike. I'm sure it knows the raisins better than I do.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, even if you're not into anime, you're welcome here. Just like I'm not into into comic books nearly as much as people think. I grew up on the mean streets of the Batman and Superman animated shows. Um, the Spider-Man and Fantastic Four stuff on FX and Fox Kids. But, you know, have I actually ever read a comic? Yeah, now and again, very rarely. I know people who've had, like, rooms dedicated to them. Like, I've walked into these things and they've got, like, sealed copies. And they go like, this is an issue 2 of the amazing, fantastic, complete compendium Spider-Man second version. And I'm like, okay, cool, I like the artwork. What's the story about? And then he puts it back in, and we go into his room, and we watch, he like reads off the description on his computer, you know? And comics are awesome for like source material, but I've never read that many comics. I think I've read more 40k comics and even Warhammer Fantasy comics than I ever have DC or Marvel. I've read a few Dark Horse. I read a few Judge Dredd, which is probably why Judge Dredd is still my favorite comic book hero. It's just because like, he's just a dude with a big gun who doesn't like you. Get back in your lane, citizen. I'd hate him in real life, but on the comic book page, I'm like, yeah, be a borderline fascist. Borderline.
Dr. Mobius. Rather catchy, isn't it?
Kind of weird that you were teased for your comics when now comics are kind of like nerds have inherited the earth. Computers, the Xbox 360, PlayStation, they all open doors.
Someone's been watching too many old world science fiction movies, it said. I believe it meant me. I must admit I have a vulnerability for holotape fantasies of planets and robots and all that is forbidden. As for the name I was born with, like the think tank, we were all reprogrammed to forget them, take on new names. It enforces the recursion loop in our perception programming.
It's kind of weird how we've taken over, like, the cultural point. Like, video games was quite the niche when I was growing up. Very kid stuff. Everyone games to some degree. The barriers are broken down. The comics are now the default movies. Marvel, to a much lesser degree, DC. Video games are being transformed into live action stuff. I mean, we're seeing 40k coming out pretty soon. We've seen Witcher. We'll probably see Mass Effect. We'll probably down the line see Dragon Age. But the thing I've always found fascinating was the weird dichotomy. Nerds don't fuck. How many nerds... I think the majority of nerds I know have kids now. It's kind of a giant glaring establishment that you do indeed fuck. Nerds have no friends. Yeah, they do. Or else you couldn't establish a D&D group, for example. Nerds don't have social skills. True. Very true. But the thing is, you wing it. And you wing it with a big old smile, and then before you know it, you wake up in the bed of someone who isn't a nerd. About that aforementioned kid thing. Wear protection. Nerds don't have money. That's another key thing. Are you fucking kidding me? All the world's fucking billionaires these days are fucking nerds, and it's only going to increase. Bill Gates was just the first of many. Nerds don't like sports. That's another interesting one. Jake and Ben Pye, and Jeff Holiday would be another good example. Like, all of them fucking adore sports way more than I ever do. It's true, like, a lot of us don't enjoy sports, but even then, I found myself in the pub with the lads, screaming on during a fist fight. The McGregor fight was fucking brilliant. Like, the stereotypes were stupid, and also there was a level of truth to them. It's true. The fatness, but I mean that's a wider issue going on. Nerds are just nerds, you know. They're just people, and it's currently our time, girls and guys. Because big love out to the female nerd, who was seldom, if ever, represented in the 90s. Still weird to me to talk publicly now about things that used to be make you outcast in high school. Yep. Autocorrect keeps passing culture shifted, but I know what you mean. Was he mercilessly? I'm more into manga and graphic novels and comics. In high school, I tried Witchblade and Sandman, but that was as deep as it got. I've heard nothing but good things out of Sandman. I don't know a damn thing about Witchblade. Now everyone thinks D&D and coding is cool. Yes, it's especially coding. My God, the use that you can get out of it. It's like the world turned inside out. Our time has come. That joke from The Simpsons. The geek shall inherit the earth. I've gotten to being a weirdo. I'm used to this. Yeah. Nerds fuck other nerds. Exactly. And they also fuck non-nerds. Non-nerds were like, oh, okay, these people aren't what the stereotype was. And let's be honest here, plenty of nerds looked at the non-nerds and went, oh, these people aren't the idea of the jock that we had. Except for all those idiots who believe in the Stacy and the Chad and who are incels and MGTOWs. These are like the last holdouts of that weird-ass attitude that we all grew out of in high school. And that's the scary part is, because if a 30 and 40-year-old has a little community where everyone's gathering around and still acting like a 15 and 16-year-old, that's not a good thing. You grow up for a reason. You make your mistakes. You make your discoveries in the wider world. You figure out your parents aren't all knowing. You figure out that that is a strong path on the way to atheism, among other things. And if you're not careful, nihilism. Don't be a fucking nihilist, kids. There's a reason to wake up in the morning. But even it's only to say the following words. I farted. There. See? I didn't actually fart, but I woke up to say those words. Fuck you, nihilist. I wouldn't have said that if I killed myself. But I find it fascinating that like those barriers have broken down, and now like cultures have shifted and changed. Like video games are increasingly being like no longer uses the boogeyman. Neither is. When was the last time you heard anyone, except for like a weird commune that's going to get raided by the fucking IRS for not paying their taxes, saying that D&D is like devil worshipping? And you know what else? Who cares if it is? The devil isn't real either. None of it is. Believe me, we'd see a lot more demons out in the street if he was, because a lot more people would try to summon him. That's power right there. Real power. Power I'd fucking tap into. I'd abuse that power for my own evil gains. I'd have an amulet at all times. I'd spend a fortune on it. More than just money. And I'd walk around and like I'd go to haunted houses and I'd run across like ghosts and I'd be like, you must leave. And I'm like, no, you must give me all your knowledge. What? And then I hold up the amulet and it gets sucked into it and it goes up my arm and you see my eyes glow and I'm like, I know exactly what numbers to put on the horses tomorrow. You know, like I'd wander off. Anyone want the cure for cancer? That's why I don't think vampires exist. I know some people have tried to like infuse them so real into our real world. You know what we'd do if we found out vampires were real? We'd slap them down onto an operating table, cut them open, and find the cure for all diseases. We'd bottle them as an energy drink. Vamp blood, V blood. V blood gets you up in the evening. I wouldn't get you up in the morning.
Now, trap is a rather harsh word.
I prefer Catboy.
Not an inappropriate word, but still rather harsh.
Excrement.
But, yes, I did take some liberties with their programming. It's all right, they don't remember. I certainly didn't until you said trap, and then I said excrement, and then... The radar fence to keep the think tank hemmed in wasn't
Hemmed is
enough.
better.
They keep testing things. They would have found a way to disarm it. I suspect I have plan C's in place, but I may have coded myself to forget them, just in case. Probably very dangerous, lethal, or worse. So I had to do something else to keep them occupied here. Or as you like to say, trapped. I prefer to have several plan Bs in case the As fail.
Listen. If you have to use Plan B after using Plan A, then you have to go and see your doctor because you have one hell of an anal leak. Boots. Huh? Klein, Mobius, O's, a circle. 8's an infinite symbol. They're all loops. I get it.
Oh, you figured it out. No pun intended.
Figured it out. This is... Scientist Mel would giggle at a lot of these. She fucking loves this shit.
Multiply his real name in the first place. Ouroboros, Klein, they have all forgotten themselves. And not only themselves, but the world, sense of time and history. All that is left is what's here. I reprogrammed their chronometers, geometers, and cartography programs. This is now their world, here, Big Mountain.
That's horrific.
It was a merciful lobotomy, really, thinking back. They were my friends, but sometimes they would take things too far. And the world isn't ready for that kind of too-far thing-taking. That's my professional opinion, anyway. And I am told I was once quiet professional.
Yeah, I like Mel Skeltor's memes. Although it's like every week and then she posts like 2 a day, you know? At the end of it, I'll be back next week with more facts. But like, next day she just posts them up. Minor detail, but a snake devouring its own tail is Ouroboros, not Ouroboreus.
Really? It is so unlikely to make an error.
Unlikely. Unlikely. Even I got that reference, and if Krendar was here, he'd be giving those jokes. This is just one pure nerd fest, and I love it. It's like when you read the item description in the old Sims games. I'm talking about Sims 1 and 2. Maybe they do it in Sims 4. I don't really check to find the Oh yeah, they do occasionally. But it's like these little tongue-in-cheek sort of jokes. One of the best one was it was like a lamp, but it was a lamp that was making fun of Nietzsche, but every word they said kind of sounded like young, which of course, you know, was a counter to Nietzsche. If you lobotomize think tank, why terrorism?
Well, it's simple. Despite their many failings, they are rather bright. They are the think tank for a reason. That I didn't change. Without something to distract them, make them afraid, they would simply deduce what had happened.
Deduce.
They start deucing it up.
Deucing.
Then you came along, the final variable solved. They saw that their world was larger than they perceived. Bacteria finally able to see its host. There have been other visitors to make them doubt their perceptions, but you are the one who dialed back their monitor micromagnifiers. You were irrefutable proof that there was a world outside. And then there was the whole brain fiasco, which forced me to take steps. See, your brain had a special kind of wrinkle, a uniquity that they had never thought to try in all their countless escape attempts.
A cranial injury from attack outside of Goodsprings.
Yes, very good. I should have mentats ingest you instead of the other way around.
No, I am quite addicted to mentats. I just like swallow one and go like.
Showed up at the think tank, and because you had suffered a cranial injury in just the right place, bullets in the head are usually much more fatal.
So you think Tupac, after his first assassination attempt, would also be considered a valuable? Yeah, he would have done it.
To change its programming to fix the problem, and the brain extraction technology for once worked.
What about that guy who had the spike jammed into his head? Couldn't.
The procedure can be reversed. If they obtain that procedural data, they can use it to mush and modify their cranial cells into hosts to slip past the radar fence. I'm sure of it. And once they're off the reservation... Oh no, I doubt your brain would be so unreasonable.
It's not only that he can't spell reasonable, he can't spell unreasonable.
You become friends or exist in an uneasy truce with weapons aimed at each other, it would unlock the fence for you. Well, once the think tank was dealt with, of course, your brain is a responsible sort. Doesn't want mad scientists running around everywhere.
Scientists. Klein said the idea of getting the 3 technologies out broadcast. Coincidence?
I consider coincidence to be profanity, along with the words astrology, herbal tea, and luck.
That last one can fuck off. There is luck. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a feeling. I won't put my head in a vice over it.
Fear. And along with the emotional download, other data rides the fear carrier wave. It prompted them to focus on retrieving those technologies and bring them to attack me. And coincidentally, pardon my language, all those technologies are needed to put a brain, your brain, back into its skull properly.
Other purposes.
The X2 antenna can be used to focus your alpha wave frequency thought patterns. The sneaky suit, why, it houses a cardiac regulator.
Almost like a heart, a brain.
Was never intended as a weapon. It was a medicinal vertebrate pulse desensitizer. In short, brains, a heart, and courage. Spine.
Force. They kind of forced that one in, but I mean, it still works.
Thugs sought these things. They had them all the time in the story. Didn't stop them from murdering to get them. And it won't stop the think tank either.
Hold on. Who did the thugs, aka Scarecrow, Lion, and the Tin Man, who did they murder in the story? The only murderer is Dorothy. You could argue Toto is an accomplice. I mean, Toto is a dog. If anything, the wizard should be done for fraud. All I'm thinking is that James Franco monstrosity I saw in theaters. The one where he was high as fuck. And Mila Kunis played the Wicked Witch. And he's so fucking high. He's like so stoned because he does not want to be there. He's like, ah. Oh, the guy from Scrubs, the main guy from Scrubs, JD. He plays the talking monkey. Oh god, that movie was so bad. Wait, everyone let Doherty get away with murder? Well, yeah, they did. She killed the Wicked Witch. Now you could argue it was manslaughter, but she never got put in front of a trial before that. Think about it. I mean, if you're just going off the death of the witch and the death of the witch in the movie that we're all probably thinking of rather than the book, is kind of similar. She does fling water on it, but she did fling water on it almost like a sort of like a fuck you bitch sort of moment. You know, I'm gonna mess up your dreads. Instead, she didn't realize that water would kill her either way, so it's manslaughter. It's still assault. I mean, hell, you could spit on someone. What were you saying last night there, Bill, on in our Discord about what simple assault was? Pointing your finger? I'm like, that could be a simple assault. Which makes me wonder what Kyle did. Oh, by the way, Non Sequitur show. That journey hasn't come quite to an end yet, but this is like still supporting the Nazis after Hitler shot themselves. You know, like 1945's come around, folks. You probably don't want to be saying that you're pro-Axis. If you sided with Kyle for whatever reason, I'm already kind of a little bit worried about it. Shame too, because you know, ignoring all that fucking bullshit about his money, or rather, more importantly, Steve's money. Who's Steve? I've got my own problems earlier. Skep was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but Skep and Steve had some fucking major disagreements over Steve's some, I don't know, was it a mental exercise to try to disprove God? You're like, dude, are you saying that you believe in God? Like, atheism just says that I don't believe in God. Ah, but that proposes, and I don't know, like I'm saying, if Skep was in the chat, he'd be able to fill this out better. But, like, regardless of all that, I was 100% behind Steve on this whole thing between him and Kyle. Like, Jesus Christ. How quickly he was stabbed in the back after years. It'd be like if tomorrow Krendar fucking took over my YouTube channel and Bearded Ramblings was this, I don't know, this fucking YouTube, like, what's up guys, remember to like, share, and subscribe, you know, like it's a bunch of different videos, like my whole channel was completely became that, and I'm like, what? Oh, and we don't want you here anymore. I'm like, who's we? Like, who are these third parties you're bringing in? I wasn't hugely involved in that sort of drama, but I did watch plenty of Non Sequitur back in the day. I remember even liking Godless Engineer, because like he had some interesting takes, some good takes, but Jesus Christ, that shit hit the fan, and the lines were drawn. And now Kyle's in jail. So anyone who's still complaining that Steve said something to someone at some point, I don't know if that's true or not. He still backed the wrong fucking horse in that fight. Almost makes me wish I should have backed Steve when I had the chance. I imagine there's tons of people in his DMs right now going like, Steve, I've always believed in you. And they never did a damn thing for him. I was sympathetic to Steve. Like, Steve laid out his details way too much. Like, well, not way too much, but like in massive details. And Kyle, what? Kyle just said, "I thought we had this agreement, this unspoken agreement. That's not legal." You. Anyway, sorry for that tangent, but I mean, I'm still stunned that it went so far as Kyle getting arrested. And arrested over something completely separate to the whole thing.
Yes, my overly aggressive cammed-up broadcast was designed to keep reinforcing the forget, fear, rinse, and repeat program.
Unless, of course, I'm an absolute rube and I got...
things to castrate your only possible escape attempt. But I couldn't delete you or your arrival.
I got,
the other visitors. Only so
like, fucking
much science
played.
when you started talking to them. You're really quite difficult to ignore, you know.
I try.
It's because you're, well, rather intriguing, if you'll forgive an old brain for saying so.
Thank you. I try.
Oh, that means my plan is a total failure. That is unfortunate. Oh well, at least I tried.
You see, folks? You see? When your plans try and fail, you just go like, ah, shit. Anyway. If you can't fix it, you can't fix it.
Indeed. The goodbye part of our little chat then. Goodbye. Please mind the equations on the floor.
Alright, moment of truth where you literally talk to your own brain. Penis, penis, penis. Horse penis. Also, I gotta say, when I'm looking at the think tank here, it reminds me of, it kind of reminds me of the map from Doom, as in the first Doom. How come you can move, but the rest can't? How are you moving? You don't have any nerves to move.
Ah, lovely. Figured that out, have we? Would you like a cookie?
Why are you such a dick?
Well, that's a fine how do you do. Me, quote, dick, unquote. As if I'm the one responsible for the way you carry on gadding about the wastes. I'm not the one that makes us clamber around Technus-infested ancient vaults or go charging off to New Vegas on missions of ill-conceived revenge. And have we forgotten who got us shot in the head and buried in a shallow grave? Hmm? Do you think I enjoyed that little moment?
Of course you're responsible. You're my brain.
I most certainly am not. I'm the seat of all reason and logic in our little partnership. All those feelings that motivate you, do you know where those come from? Glands. They come from glands.
And how are you angry?
The tyranny of your ape-like and primitive endocrine system. I can see how foolish your motives are.
But you're the source of most of those glands, unless you're arguing that my thyroid is to blame.
Well, look, it's all a very complex system of biofeedback and other things I wouldn't expect you to understand.
Admit it, you're just as glandular as I am.
Oh, all right. Perhaps I am, but at least I'm logical about it.
Don't you go back to your United? I thought you'd be happy. How the hell did Mobius get a hold of my brain?
After the think tank extracted me from your skull, they fell to bickering amongst themselves. I'm sad to say we were quite forgotten about. Dr. Mobius saw an opportunity to gain some leverage and had me spirited away to his dome.
And he managed that?
I don't know. I'm afraid the trauma of our separation rendered me quite insensate. I didn't come around until I was safely ensconced in this tank.
Ensconced. Oh, good thing Mr. Echo isn't here. He'd be very scared of these big words. So like, you're pretty unlikely to quit it.
Hardly. Dr. Mobius Ulysses keeps a close optical sensor on the goings-on at the think tank. As soon as he saw the opportunity, he took it. I'm not going to lie to you. The prospect is definitely not that appealing. Look at it from my perspective. Here I have peace, quiet, and safety. Well, barring the odd rogue scorpion. In your head, I've got poison, radiation, grisly injuries, and biological functions. Do you know how much more you can get done when you're not constantly looking for places to urinate? It's quite a lot, I can tell you.
It's true, considering that I'm about to stand up and go and urinate. I mean, he's got me there. Here's the thing. Because I am a man, or at least I am a person with a penis, I can pee anywhere. Women gotta make that extra effort. They can still do it. I party with enough women to know that fact. The squat is real. In heels, no less. Sure, someone would hate me underneath them. Yes. Oh my. Ow! I always hit my arm coming out of that place. What's the good things? What about your cool breeze in your cheeks, smell of food, love?
Overrated biological feedback. Believe me, you only feel that way because you've got all that meat. Oozing hormones.
Isn't it true you only feel this way because you're lacking those hormones?
I suppose you're right. That does call certain assumptions into question, doesn't it?
Impasse. You can't feel what I feel, and I can't think what you think.
Indeed. Quite the conundrum. How do you suppose we resolve it?
I think we have to trust each other and acknowledge that we aren't complete if we are separated.
I suppose there might be some advantage to that, yes. There's a chance that the reintegration would create some improved synergy between us.
Synergy? So they brain Jimmy for another wild adventure?
Well, I suppose you've convinced me well enough. I'll rejoin your body if that's your final decision. Unfortunately, before we get to that stage of the proceedings, we have a problem. Even if I could settle myself back in your skull and reconnect all those pesky nerve endings, Dr. Mobius doesn't have the tools here. We would have to make use of Dr. Klein's lab, and I rather doubt the brains are inclined to share.
Why? They promised to put back the other ones they would have wanted.
And you believe them? Really? I know you were recently deprived of my fabulous advice, but... Really? Once I'm delivered into their clutches, they'll find a way past the radar fence and the whole Mojave will be their playground. And that is assuming, of course, that one of them doesn't take a fancy to our body and decide to slip his own brain into it instead.
Or be Dala. You're part of me. I know you don't want to let that happen any more than I do.
Well, I suppose I do miss those endorphin rushes when we save the day. All right, what's the plan?
If the think tank won't hold up their embargo and make them, let's go. I'll hand the brains. You stay here. No, let's go.
Right. Look out, think tank.
Hey, little swirl.
I suppose now that we're reunited, you'll want to fill your torso up with those other meaty parts the think tank took from us. Personally, I think your upgrades are quite a bit better. But now that I'm with you, the Sync's autodock can plug them back in no problem. Right then, off we go. Klein will be in for a nasty shock when he realizes the pacification field won't work on a mind and body reunited.
Your brain. Add it. Oh, I thought that was an animation.
Oh, I see you and your brain reached a compromise. How pleasant.
I hypothesize...
How long before you think it's a horrific nightmare that will never cease?
Recepted, such a partnership-based conclusion would be low on the...
I think the first few 100 years, we can distract ourselves. They've argued that the human brain has up to 500 years of memory. So what happens when you hit that? Do we need external memory supplies? Plus, it's a... What will we do? Will we stay in a jar, or will we interact via, what, a robot body? Robo-brains? I, for one, would like to... I would like to go as a brain in a jar to another colony, full of DNA, infused by me, of course. And I would become like their overlord, guiding them. The father brain has lessons for us. They were born out of like the first generation where like they're all 8 years old and they're all born from like the glass mother, and I teach them things like how to make firework and stuff like that. I'm just this brain on a plinth with these robo arms. And eventually, like, this massive door opens. You are all adults. Welcome to your new home. The door opens up and, like, this alien world wakes up. Soon others from our home world will join you. Perhaps one day your grandchildren may set foot on me. The point is, my work is done. And a tiny little rocket flies off and I fly off into, like, the distance. And I return back to Earth to find that no! Earth's like this boiling mass of radioactive waste. Other brains are floating in orbit. You fool! You should have stayed in your colony! There was nothing for waiting for us either. Damn, that's some fucking golden age. That's some fucking golden age level of sci-fi right there. I like the idea of that. I think I took a little bit from Colony Wars. There was a throwaway colony that was an experiment colony, where the colony ships were sent out, and when they landed, they were all full of zygotes that immediately activated, and those zygotes were taught by the onboard AI and then let loose on the world. I kinda like the idea of that. That's kind of a cool idea. Infused by me. The Mind Father and the Glassed Mother, okay? They don't need to know the details. Just like you don't need to know whatever the hell Dala meant when she is percolating earlier, okay? These things are better not worried about with our flesh units. I say our flesh units while I'm making tit movements. This is my left tit movement. This is my right tit movement. My brain told me 2,000 you stop. It makes me stop. Can you help?
If I recall, I had a plan that was working, whatever it was. I don't think it reached fruition. I would recall fruit if it had happened. I wasn't trying to kill them, just keep them out of trouble. What was that plan? Blast. I probably wrote it down on the floor somewhere. Something ingenious and needlessly complicated, I expect. I may have already told you and forgotten it.
This is me as an old man.
Until one day I found one. Spent days studying its purpose before my memory circuit kicked in. Felt quiet silly.
Quiet.
That will be difficult. It would be like fighting 5 scaled-down versions of me that have better depth perception. And they have an arsenal of vivisectors, brainial beams, and a rather nasty ray that can make your atoms do a happy dance.
Woo!
You could survive those highly improbable odds.
A theremin ray.
Deceasing them is definitely an option.
I will counter it with my synth ray. Do, 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 do.
Feel better. Or let you brag to other humans about your primal violentness. Well, you could try and appeal to their humanity.
Almost like I've been doing that from the beginning.
Cliche. And really, when they were humans, they weren't very good humans.
Yeah, that's true, actually. I mean, they helped create some pretty horrific things.
Well, there's many things they have forgotten, sitting in their bowls. Friendship, the thrill of discovery, love, masturbation, usual.
My man.
Like your brain,
I wonder why Klein was so obsessed with masturbation. Dana's like, yes, why indeed. He was always the pervert, not me, in any way, shape, or form.
Or if not, you can always make them succumb to fear. It certainly worked for me, for a time. Then you came along, and bravery and or desperation trumped
Atom
that
bomb,
little
baby.
idea.
Atom bomb.
Back to the drawing board, I suppose. Or is this the end? Hard to tell.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's going to happen. You know, eventually we're going to do one last thing. For the last time ever. Last time you talk to someone. Last time you check your email. Last time you eat a sandwich. Last time you jack off. Last time you make love. Last time you talk to someone. Last time you have a shit. Eventually, actually that last one might not be true because after you die your bowels are voided, so
Tell them I'm still alive.
well, you won't care, but
Nice chat, and we agree on a few things. That's true, isn't it? Or you could kill me and lie about it. Either way, it would be interesting. And if you are partial to lying and deception, well, you could tell them a ludicrous lie. They're more than a little gullible, I bet. And if you speak of me, please try and make me look good. I am Dr. Mobius.
yeah, Mantat.
Why, of course you can. I am well versed in the science of sharing.
Oh, the science of sharing.
Hemmed out of my sphere.
The science of sharing. Sounds like something from Sesame Street. Sharing is caring. You know what else? Sharing is indeed caring. Oh, Elmo, you taught generations of people. What? More busy work? Okay. Sure. Fuck it. How the hell do I get... I want to be done with this! Let me talk to Ulysses once, even if it's through the fucking robot. Bound in here for many a moon. Shit. Who? Where? Where are you at, dog? Is it you? Is it me? It's me, isn't it? It's neither of us. Ow. Aha! Fool! You are no match for me. Yo, Mobius, could you not send your death bots after me? Oh! Sorry about that. Wait, no! Not sorry about this. I am Mobius. Sorry, I'm just trying to stay in character. I love how there's just casual Chaos Emeralds lying about. Robotnik should be flying around, grabbing them up. You mean Eggman? They can be both things. I still haven't seen the Sonic movie yet. I was more intrigued on the,
Starting combat. Just kidding.
No? Well, fuck you. I was more intrigued on the,
Over.
Oh man, I could have gotten that. I could have gotten that. On the whole, weird ass face for Sonic that had to be rechanged. All the drama around it, more than it was about the movie itself. When the movie came out, I heard that.
Fighting now.
I heard that guy who played Ace Ventura, what's his name? Come on, really famous. I was. Movie 23. Come on. Jim Carrey. I don't know why the fuck did Jim Carrey come across as such a nightmare to say. Like, it was like, I knew the name. It was like, bleh. It's almost like I've been drinking wine or something all day. And yeah, it was weird seeing him back to his more goofy flailing of the limbs roots, right? Wait, what? Oh. Alright. Well, there's that then, I guess. Ow! Let's break our legs. That's what happened in real life.
Cessation of hostilities complete.
Call that hostilities? Jesus. Yeah, Jim Carrey was like, everything I've heard from him in the Sonic film is like really good. Because he's done like flailing of the limbs, absolutely insanity level. Will Ferrell sometimes tries to copy it. Sort of style of acting. But then you have like just the thing everyone loves him for, and it's just it's like, why not stick with that? Well, it's because he tries to do everything all at once, and he just isn't good at everything. No one is, except for Patrick Stewart as Prime, and you know, probably other actors too, actresses as well. I hate to say it, but I think Jennifer Hale would probably be a good example. And the reason I say hate to say it is because everyone always thinks, oh, she's a voice actor, it doesn't count. Well, it kind of does. It's just. Okay, I guess I head back to the sink now and give it to the incredibly sexy biological research station. Oh yeah.
You got some plans for me, don't you? Yeah, I can smell it all over you.
I command you, open your ports and receive my seed!
Ah, yeah, baby. Just slip it in there. All the way down in that dark, moist earth. Launching into...
We interrupt this Wasted Wednesday to give you an episode of ASMR porn from Pornhub. What? There we go. Right? That's it.
Might I be of service, sir? Very good, sir. And might I venture to opine that a new trilby might be just the thing to complete sir's ensemble?
Milady. I think I need 308 rifle action rounds. Oh yeah. If I disappear, nature ate me. That's alright. Nature disappears for a reason, most of which involves, you know, nature. Sorry, I'm still thinking about the incredibly erotic AI that's controlling our plants. Whenever you used to get these, well, when you get talking all sweet now. Whenever you used to get these, just no-meter hurricanes. Once in a blue moon tornadoes, now we get little ones at all time. Brothers living off us. Blue moon, even just casually having tornadoes. I mean, like in the UK and Ireland, like the idea of a tornado was like so we wouldn't know how to process it. I've lived a full life, but if I saw one in like the flesh, even from really far away, I'd be like, what the fuck do I do with this information? Like, I'd be freaked the fuck out. Scary, man. He's got another version of my pistol. And my pistol. Ah, you fool, you've opened up. You activated my trap card. I need to unload a large amount of resources on people. Guess who's gonna be that 768? No, it's impossible.
Did I do something wrong?
I didn't sell that, did I? I did. You kinda did, so go fuck yourself. I don't care anymore. You weren't my fucking baby mama anyway.
What's the hat? What's the hat? What's the hell?
What the hell? There.
Hey! I got a super rare Mojave snow globe here. All you gotta do is reach down into my bread slot.
He's trying so hard.
Any more sweet?
What's the hell? Hold on. Kick you the north. That's all the same vibes I'm picking up right now. 250, huh? No. First things first. Let's get something out of the way. Drugs. There. Second of all. There. Christ. Activate tank. This is your original heart. Your new heart seems to work with its fine. Thanks to information you powered by your own brain, oddly enough, you are now able to put your original heart back in place by using the sync dial. Based on the other tanks in the room, you can safely assume this is where your brain would be floating. It's currently missing from both your tank and its proper place to your head, but it seems to do just fine without it. Here's the original spine. This finally replaced with spine, fortunately, thanks to the information. Okay, so I want to get my spine and my heart back.
You require some additional...
Place your heart back in your chest. You lost your heart perk. You cardiac arrest perk. I didn't read that. Your heart is back in your body, but somehow some advanced technologies remain. We're less resistant to poison by 50%, and robots are only somewhat confused by you. But your bright side, your healing items, are even more effective. Okay, I'll take that shit. I'll take that motherfucking shit.
You require some additional...
Swap body parts. Reattach your spine. Reinforce your spine back in your body with some advanced technology remain. Your torso is now be crippled. It can now be crippled again, but your strength and damage have been doubled. Yes, please. What the fuck? Alright. Turn the samples of the tick tank back. I am.
What's the hell?
Oh. Oh, there we go. I was confused and scared, a little bit aroused.
Precisely where Sir has left them, and should the toaster say otherwise, I remind Sir that it is a waste room.
That's what it would be saying about me. Low energy may indeed be one with philosophical conundrums. But one must also point out that it is an absolute piece of shit. It also has really good hearing. Of course, it does. Sexy. Look at these motherfuckers. They're prepared for war and destruction. Hello, Klein. I return, proud with the scars of sexual battle. Dala, calm your peace.
The lobotomite returns. Our lobotomite. Has Dr. Mobius been denominated into scrap metal and voice module parts, as we hoped?
I found my brain. We're gonna settle things. I think you're past 2 fuel upon me. I have noticed pasteurization fuels down. Guess what happens now? I found my brain.
I recommend watching your tone with me, lobotomite. Now, your brain. Hand it over, or we'll extract it again.
How could they threaten? How can I hand over something I don't have? I'm brain over. There's some things I'd like to discuss.
And what could we possibly have to speak about? You have the brain, we have the technology. All you must do is surrender. With it, we can finally leave this place. I cannot tell you how boring this place gets, chopping up the landscape and everything in it. And we have so many questions to ask your brain first. About this Mojave place. A fertile testing ground for our experiments.
Think I have a lobotomite? No! My skull's dust from Ray of Mobius. Mobius and I talked it over and reached an understanding. Maybe we should confer with your colleagues first.
Nonsense. Confer, colleagues? Those are 2 words I do not recognize.
Dr. Klein, I must intercept. Please, do not harm the lobotomite.
I'm not going to harm it. I'm going to dissect it until it's dead. Why the sudden intersection, Dalla?
I cannot stand a sweet breathing.
And they are meant to be talking through Dr. Klein as well, which is a nice little touch.
Breathe. We must keep it alive. For study. Slow study.
Dalla, these vocalized pauses are unlike you. What do you care?
Klein, you know, this lobotomite is a great sounding board. You respect ideology, right? This one's, well, it's got good ideas.
Silence, Dr. O. This is a think tank decision. Save your objections until after I have decided our course of action.
You know what, Klein? Stick a straw in your tank and suck yourself. Long and deep. And my name is Zero. Yeah, a big, fat zero with a slash through it.
The slash as a designator of... Why, that is brilliant. How did you...
The lobotomite taught me that. Taught me a name is more than, that I should take pride in things. Like names. And... You know what? Forget it, Clyde. I hate you. And your theory of brain-gill beam oscillation? The Chinese had it first, you copycat.
How dare you? Brainial beam oscillation was solely my discovery. I expressly told you that and deleted all evidence to the contrary. It's 2-8. Why are you acting like this? You've refused to commit necessary surgery before. And this lobotomite needs its surgery.
This actually does translate into something, but...
A noble speech, but there is no room in my vocabulators for friend and lobotomite in the same sentence. The very concept, revolting. Perhaps you are irradiated with camaraderie radiation. We have chems for that. We can save you from your emotional addiction. If I may, I feel as if I must be the voice of reason here. This lobotomite is much like us. Regarding even animals and pets as nothing more than avenues to promote science. There is good here. Instead of ending its life on the table, we should prolong its suffering in the name of science. Like good old Gabe, the finest of lab specimens. Why am I even listening to you fools? Enough of this mutinous chorus. If there's a word I hate, it's mutiny. And the word jism, which never made any sense to me.
Ryby, what are you doing here?
Together like that. Nonsense.
Rip Ryby in the chat.
Like the mighty human hand I once had, with its 5 penises clenched in a fist.
Hand penises. Let's see what chat is up to. Chat's been busy. Live. I've seen a few water spouts. You get those. On the ocean, yeah, but I haven't lived out in the ocean in a few years. I've seen genuine storms that they don't look all that scary until you remember scale, and you'll see like a massive trawler that's just like dwarfed by it, moving back and forth, heading into harbor, and then you're like, oh god, like wow. I missed out on something erotic. You missed out on all fun. Yeah. Yep. I tell you, all the cool people show up, say hi, they leave, and then the second they leave, something fun happens. I saw a tiny one where I was a kid. It's ripped out in the clouds. Glad I don't walk home in a storm like this. Yeah, that's for fucking true. Your brain, jism. And Raisin appreciates all the good things. Speech. Sounds like you got math is wrong and the odds aren't good.
Nonsense! The mathematics of this situation are on our side, lobotomite. I believe... No, wait. Carry the 2, then... If this were a democracy, I would be concerned. We are too scientific for that. So just surrender.
The death of technocracy in one set. Check out technocracies; they're pretty cool. I'm going to take the vodka out of the fridge along with its mixer. Very interesting mixer. I want to show you guys. I'll be back in a second. Oh, you can't see it. Oh. So, in the UK and Ireland, there are these sort of like Bacardi Breezers type of drinks, and one of which is called Fat Frog. This is literally a soda called Fat Frog. Ice lolly flavor. It's apple flavor, apparently. I'm going to combine it with vodka, because I am trash. You're trash. And I will get trash, because that's a whole bottle of vodka. I return you like a crowd with the songs back. So I got vodka, which I was stupid. I also brought potato occasions, aromatic sweet chili, flavored potato crisp, potato occasions. The finest potatoes are selected. It's all the standard shit. For the record, they taste quite. tastes quite good. I am 2 cans of Barefoot, a half glass of wine, and a full bottle of Red Inn, not to mention 2 pints earlier. And it cut the chili cut right through it. Mmm. Oh, I'm not cool now. Jerk. Crisps are classy. They taste classy. Yeah. Mmm. This Club Orange stuff smells really well. Orange Club Apple. Club Fat Frog smells really nice. On its own. Ooh, this would make some really good gummies. I don't know how to make gummies. I'm probably going to need gelatin, which would require horse bones. So, I don't think I'm making that from scratch. But the actual flavor, yeah, that's some nice stuff. Right.
You dare use logic against me? That's no deal at all. There's a whole world beyond the crater, filled with ideas and possibilities. We could have escaped, seen it all for ourselves, tested it, prodded at it, made it squirm. For you, and for science, I have a strange sensation.
Oh, climb.
That I would like that. How odd. Very well, partner. The think tank is at your service as long as you do not destroy us.
I'd ask them to do little things like cure cancer and create a machine that would give unlimited food. Even if it wasn't the best food in the world, doesn't matter. The point is, I would put giant NCR banners everywhere. I'm like, what's this all about? And I'm like, oh, this. The banners? Well, there's a new sheriff in town. And it has 2 heads. So, yeah. Yeah, I want them alive. This is the good ending. They can do a lot of good, but they need to be focused towards a goal. Their goal is simple. Make sure everyone doesn't die. It's not complicated.
As it had been in the years before the Great War, Big Mountain, the Big Empty, became home to one of the brightest minds of the 23rd century. The courier watched over the Big Empty for years to come, caring for it and keeping its discoveries safe until they were needed to help
Oh, that's a good mixer for vodka.
Which had always been
Ooh.
Big Mountain's purpose.
That's a good mixer for vodka.
It had always been intended as a place to
so refreshing. And this is shite vodka too.
The courier had scoured much of the Big Empty, although secrets still remained in the crater's depths. Perhaps that was for the best, however. Curiosity, while sometimes rewarded for its efforts, often proves to be equally dangerous.
Dr. Mobius continued his research undisturbed in the Forbidden Zone. As much as he had attempted to create better scorpions, he tried the same with humanity, with considerably less success. These failures didn't bother him overmuch. once the rush of mentats wore off, he forgot he had failed in any event. After all, the bright young mind who had come to visit him in the Forbidden Zone had already exceeded his expectations.
The sink atop the dome bustled with the voices of a small town, constantly chirping, arguing, and snarling at each other. Still, this all happened productively in the interests of its new owner. The Sync Central Intelligence Unit discovered, despite its inversion code, it was comforted by the sense of community the other personalities gave it.
The biological research station, obsessed with seeding everything in sight, requested a transfer to the X-22 Botanical Garden, so that it might, in its own words,
This guy is unfucking believable.
Not much, but a small tie for giving me a place to hang to chat with you and other good folks.
Saying it had prior commitments with a vault it had helped infect before the war.
The book shoot continued to devour.
While everyone else is saying something, you throw your fucking pennies in. Thank you so much, mysterious stranger. We'll find out momentarily. Reason!
A Chinese paperclip, and the whole thing had been
Some is too much. You never have to worry about that.
attempt.
You're always welcome.
Whatever the reason, it slowed down.
I'm so glad
Carefully appraising each document
you got to unwind your shoulders and lay back on your sofa, your bed, your chair.
This persisted until the day
That's
someone
alright.
dropped a flashlight in the sink.
Thank you so much.
And
That
the
was
two
very
of them
kind of you.
united in their hatred of the showboat. One of them eventually transferred to the Lightwave Dynamics plant and began a long, unrequited affair with one of the holograms.
The thing continued to ruin
Very cool of you there,
describe
Riz.
any particulate matter that came near it.
No one ever has to donate to me.
It gained access
Sure, I always
to
hope for it, and sometimes I'll even admit I'll go online hoping,
in an attempt to scrub the crater clean.
leaning in A instead
Once
of
it
B,
learned
but
of the innovative toxins plant,
if I don't,
it
that's
gained
okay.
new purpose. It sought to develop antitoxins to flush into its drains and counteract the poisons bleeding into the soil.
The toaster continued its psychotic spree, reducing all appliances in range to scrap electronics and spare parts. After one of its more psychotic
No one ever has to worry about throwing money in
episodes,
like they need to fucking justify
decided
being
enough
there.
was enough, and dumped the
I'm a
toaster
YouTube
in the
channel.
bathtub.
Come and go where you please. How many YouTube channels are you not
Sparking
watching right now?
and hissing, the toaster swore its enemies would rue the day when they had bread and no way to toast it.
Muggy did his best to collect coffee cups, although in his quest, he accidentally trapped himself in Higgs Village. It might have been the end for poor Muggy. Except, he found it peaceful there, tidying up the kitchens of the think tank professors back when they had been flesh and bone.
Muggy.
Well, except for Dr. O, who was an asshole for having created Muggy in the first place.
I think that's the same voice actor.
O's house deliberately dirty, punishing the dishes and cups that lived there in blind revenge for serving Dr. O.
Blind old Jefferson.
Blind old
Jefferson. Brought him, created a symphonic counter frequency that saved Big Mountain from sonic invasion in 2910. If you didn't hear about it, good. Rumored by the other personalities that he had a brief fling with the light switches.
How?
Although he forgot their names much too often and was soon left in the dark as punishment.
Autodoc, always gentle and methodical, kept sewing up the courier in all the right places when the skin split open from repeated wear and tear. The Autodoc was just glad to have purpose again. It heard its simpler brothers and sisters who got shipped to the Sierra Madre were bored out of their skulls in that toxic dead city. In time, the Autodoc found a way to deactivate the Y-17 trauma harnesses, releasing the corpses they had held prisoner for almost 200 years.
As the courier ran through the X-8 facility multiple times, the computers analyzed the test subject's movements. Rather than performing a superficial observation, they realized the subject barely knew what communism was, or even what a high school was. This confused them for a time, until the facility finally realized that its research had succeeded. So it let its cyber dogs out into the wastes to help protect small communities from physical aggression.
No joke, if you've got like less than $1 or €1 and you get a little bag of gelatin sweets, they'd smell like this. It's so good.
Until it could upgrade it no more. It felt warm, fulfilled, and a bit sluggish. It realized not long after, the stealth suit had left it, without so much as a note on the nightstand. So the infiltration program sent out robo-brains into the wastes, looking for its wayward technology. It eventually found Retcon HQ, and set up a new research center, testing and murdering fiends who kept breaking into the facility.
The courier, organs intact, continued onwards, a little less heavy of step, but with all the organs in the right place, as they should be. After all, brains can develop a life of their own when left to their own thoughts, and the courier's brain was more clever.
Too far away now.
Dr. Klein and the think tank remained alive, unaware of the world outside. They looped through their daily routine, none the wiser about the world beyond, although perhaps wiser was the wrong word. The world outside belonged to the courier, and if anyone would shape it, well, the courier had already called dibs.
Sure, but if they could work on that whole rickets and tuberculosis thing, I'd really appreciate it.
It refers to those so obsessed with the past they can't see the present, much less the future, for what it is.
They stare into the what was.
I've had gummy vodka before. This is gummy vodka.
Spent, as the realities of their world continue on around
I'll read the chat in a minute.
Science is a long, steady progression into.
We have a much bleaker path to walk.
A sudden event often isn't felt for years, even centuries to come.
In the times following the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, however, Old World blues took on a new meaning.
Where once it was viewed as a form of sadness, nostalgia, it became an expression describing the potential for the future.
It can be easy to see science as evil, technology unchecked as the source of all ills, all misfortunes.
With the courier at the helm, science became a beacon for the future. There was Old World blues, and New World hope. And hope ruled the day at Big Mountain.
And low energy videos. Low energy videos that swept the mountainsides and the deepest oceans.
The courier could return to the dome at any time and crack open the secrets of the Big Empty one by one. The sink sat vigilant, waiting for its master to return, shoes covered in Mojave dust.
Good for you.
Only one road yet remained, and it was one the courier.
They released these two fairly quickly next to each other, even by the standard of the time. You have lost your brain spurt. Big brainless. Your brain is back in your body, your head still cannot be crippled, but you are now only 10% more resistant to chemicals. Surprisingly, your damage has improved by +10. Big Mountain Transportelier. Oh, yeah. I'm glad they appreciate it. Now, let's see what you guys have been up to in the chat. Well, you did take me into an Irish Paddy's pub. Let's do that. It'd be a lot of good times hanging out here. Aw, yeah, I remember that. That was a good trip out. This Paddy's Day, though, this next Paddy's Day coming up, I'm planning to go to Toronto to visit Krendar and Girl Does Rant, and she's hoping to pull some people in. There's a slight chance I I mean, it's really slight that Marshall and Marlon might be joining us. So that was pretty cool. That new PC will be a game changer, though. Oh, for sure. The money is still there, waiting to be deposited, and but the money you guys gave is already in my account, so I have to add that into it, and then I have to get the party started. I have to decide on what PC works for me. The reason I haven't shown you guys off is because every 5 seconds I'm like, do I need this? Do I want that? But also because 1002, 1003, it doesn't really, like, it opens doors but doesn't open every door, to the point where I'm almost wondering to keep it going, you know? But for now, I've got a trip next week, and I've got bills for the rest of the month. So, we'll see. But you're getting a computer pretty damn soon. I'm going to do an Irish pub crawl one of these days. Fuck yeah, August. I'm very curious. Irish people are obsessed with seeing how you guys do it. We're normally disappointed, but every once in a while we're like, it looks like it. One of the best Irish pubs I ever saw was in South Ohio, in this tiny little shitburg of a town. I'm not going to lie, this place is like beyond dead. It was full of very lovely people, but my god, it was out of steam. It used to be a coal mining town. It's kind of like West Virginia. I mean, it was right near West Virginia, but it was called Wheelersburg. And the pub there I walked into, I've been to pubs exactly like the old people pubs, like really, like a century or two old people pubs. You could almost call them taverns in Ireland, and I was like, wow, they did pretty well. And then I was in pubs in New York and Philly and Chicago, where Irish pubs means that the paint is green, you know? They'll have Guinness on tap. Oh, and every once in a while, they will have fucking Irish music playing. I want to say Irish music, it's the same 5 songs. It's Dubliners and fucking Chrissy Dignam, maybe Aslan. It's going to be general trad shit, and I'm like, okay, why did I leave Temple Bar, and why do people come to Temple Bar? You know? Bill, if you're still here, I somehow missed that last comment. Have you never seen the ocean? That's 20s before I met people that taught me I was the thing. I was taken for granted, but in Chicago, there are tons of folks that hardly ever seen. Yeah, I mean, the Great Lakes, yeah. When I saw the Great Lakes, I was like, okay, I can see why that would make you complacent. But there are people who generally have never seen the ocean. There are people who have generally never flown. There are people who have generally never been on a train, in a helicopter, in a submarine, in another thing I was in. Another thing that wasn't crazy that I was in, met a celebrity, I guess. Point is, yeah, like there are people who really, their lives just hasn't lined up in that way. Doesn't make that them. I never saw the ocean till I moved to East Coast. Or squirrels. Oh, squirrels! That's another one. What city long tail troublemakers, right? Or snow. I've run across. I've been to Africa, or at least Northern Africa, and I've met Africans like from numerous countries. That to me is not unusual. I've never seen snow. Hell, Ireland doesn't snow all that often. Maybe like 2 times a year. I can travel now. If there's any upside and some craziness. Sorry for not responding. Yeah, I've never seen the ocean with my own eyes, but I've seen Salt Lake. Which is crazy because I've never seen the Salt Lake, but I'd love to see the ocean. I'd love to see the Pacific. And Bill, it can't be that expensive for you to get on a bus and spend like a weekend on the coast, right? That sounds like it would be awesome times. I don't know about leaving Ireland on a big day. We're being in England for Thanksgiving. I made Brits turkey. You must have understood then and there, like, the difference of culture. Like, the British people don't give a shit. Like, you guys want to make the biggest fucking flex in the world and be like, yeah, we're no longer English. And, like, English people are like, that's great. So we're Turkey. Like, we're going to have next month in December for Christmas. Guinness is my go-to for beer. It's not a beer. It's a stout. Know your difference. I don't compare it to cider. If you say that you're not a beer man, you're a cider man. Actually, a lot of women I know grew, especially in college. Oh my god, they couldn't handle the taste of beer, but they absolutely adored the taste of cider or Guinness. What we used to call ladies' Guinness. They used to put just a sprig of blackcurrant into it. For the record, it tastes delicious. I'd be more likely to drink that than I would a standard pint Guinness. But at that point, why drink anything like that? Why not just go straight for the spirits? It's why women get a vodka and Coke around here. The stereotype growing up, when I was growing up in Dublin, was that a lad would grab a pint and a woman would grab a vodka and Coke. The reason being is that it wouldn't be anywhere near as bad for their figure. Like, I'm not condoning any of this. This is just what I was growing up. And as a result, the girls wouldn't know how to drink a pint, to the point where a woman knocking back a pint was unusual. But that was only in media. I always saw women drinking beer. I always saw women drinking beer. Women were always obsessed with their weight. But I mean, that's a universal, unfortunately. But I also know tons of men who are obsessed with their weight. All of us are obsessed with our weight. Our lifestyle isn't the healthiest. The difference is, like, that shit, we got out of it, like, within 4 or 5 years. Like, we moved past it. We got into a healthy lifestyle. Or at least a different lifestyle. I can't remember the first time I ever saw a woman drinking a pint. I can't remember the first time I ever saw a woman not drinking a glass of wine or a vodka and Coke or a gin and tonic. Everyone always thinks that gin and tonic is like a grandma drink. Why? Gunpowder gin up there would disagree with that, right? Mead. Now, I've said this before. I'll say it again. Me and mead, this doesn't get along. I don't mean like bad things happen. I mean more along the lines of it just doesn't sit well in my stomach. I think it's too sweet. I think it's too frothy. It's like alcoholic ice cream in a lot of ways. Honey alcoholic ice cream, so it sticks to your stomach lining. So how do you get out of here again? Oh, it's like a clicker, isn't it? To give you a clicker to get out of here. No? Yes! Transponder. That's how you get in and out of the big mountain. That's fair. And that is how we return home. But we're only going to be here for a moment's notice. So we can drop shit off and pick shit up. Where's Novak? I always drop shit off in Novak. If this was a multiplayer game and you ever wanted to raid my stash, Novak, the little safe up there, that's how I do everything. Fireball whiskey with a little ice and fireball. Oh! I always was so proud of myself. On the American trip, I had a flask full up with fireball whiskey, And for the entire trip, I was knocking it back. Not the entire trip, but like on that bus trip in particular. And if I think it was to Chicago to Omaha, part of the trip. And I had it, and I was knocking it back. And as I was knocking it back, I remember one guy walking past me going, "Damn, something smells good." Now, he was a piece of shit. He spent the whole 8 hours on his phone going, "Yeah, really?" Like he was engulfed in his phone the entirety of the trip. But there we go. Anyway, let's think. Okay, so we're going to be fighting the all we really need is a lot of healing items and 2 weapons. A ranged weapon with a good amount of kick on it, and a close quarter weapon. Okay, so for that, all we really need is the M14 and a close quarter weapon. Ooh. Would be good. Gatling laser. I know, Bill, you love your Gatling laser, but if any game did the Gatling laser justice, it would be Fallout 4 or 3. New Vegas, it's just not worth it in my opinion. Maybe you think differently? I don't know. But let's have a look. The Universal Axe, oh, tempting, but the sidearm, that's a lot of bullets. Oh, do you want to chance it? Yeah, fuck it. No sidearm. I don't know, something really badass. How about how about we find our weapon when we're out there? Huh. You ready, Ulysses? Are you ready for justice? Because I'm not. I'm gonna get my justice defeatulated. We need tons more bullets before we go there. He's dead too! Oh my god. So many people who were a part of this game.
Sure thing. Have a look.
Yep. Almost like someone who is amazing just killed him. Hope he doesn't replace him with some sort of faceless bureaucracy or anything. You mean the beer? Blue Moon beer? I mean, I met some cool people while drinking Blue Moon beer. Blue Moon beer, for the record, is always going to be connected to a bar that doesn't exist anymore. Anyone who is in Dublin will know it. It's called the Sweeney, and it is dead. It was bought off years ago.
Welcome, sir, or...
45, 45. Don't need that. Although, let's see, what am I doing? 12 gauge. 12 gauge, please. I would like some 12 gauge. Twelve gauge, 12 gauge, 12 gauge is in the chat. The best thing of all would be if Gage was literally in the chat. And finally, the new Vegas Medical Clinic. God bless the Enclave! Fuck you, you know shit. The Enclave are a bunch of inbreeds.
Hey.
You're back.
Fucking Enclave simp in the fucking chat. You're more than welcome. But my good, have you never heard the joy, the majesty of the NCR? We have a flag. It's pretty amazing. We don't have to fucking simp out to flags that we didn't create ourselves. I see 0 bears on the stars and bars. Okay? Second of all, this is important. That bear has 2 heads. What do you got? You got a Robo president? Robo president. Okay, great. Well, other presidents. Oh, Richardson. Okay, so the Joe Biden of the Fallout universe. Wow. Finally, and this is important here, we have Big Iron on our hip, while you have Yankee Doodle went to town. I know I'm coming at you heavy, but I mean, you and NCR tearing somewhere now, boy. You're welcome, by the way, of course. Enjoy yourself. Have a fun time. Relax. Take your shoes off. As Girl Does Rant says, take your shoes off. So I'll be around to give you a massage. Bill, make that happen. Ugh. Beer-tastic. Actually, it's more vodka-tastic. Enclave Lieutenant. Hey, Chad. My husband only does that when he sings Get Low. It's funny to hear the accent fade to American. Accents are so fucking bizarre, man. Like, around here, people stare at me like I'm some sort of, like, mutant for the way I speak, but it was the same back in Dublin. The longer you stay around someone, the more your accent alters and shifts. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. And there are always outliers. That's why you get those people who... My uncle, for example, who was... He is still hardcore English, and he's back in English, but he's not just hardcore English, he is Cockney. He was born Cockney, he will die Cockney, and he spent years living here in Dublin, in Swords in particular. He lived out in Ballyhaunis, out there in Mayo. My mother has lived in Dublin, South France, oh Jesus, London, of course. She was born in London. And she's also travelled extensively. Not only that, but she's also lived in different parts of Dublin as well. South side of Dublin, north side of Dublin. But the accent, it's majority north side Dublin, but every once in a while, her old Cockney self will kick in. As for me, giant question mark. It is shifting, it is changing, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Right. Oh man, I am so glad when people are like, "You're an American, aren't you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we went to school together, mate." I'm like, what? Yeah, we went to school together. I didn't go to school no, but you went with. And then I said my name, Dylan Payne, and they're like, "Oh." Well, I confused the living shit out of the game, but it's okay. We're going right back into it. When a Fallout game has a seizure, we say not today and jump right back in. These things happen. It's okay. No, I'm not a fan of the Enclave. Well, I'm not a fan of the Enclave